Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Play Wrongs for tonight's session of Operation Goliath, our CAIN TTRPG. Tonight is a little bit of an addendum session to the last one, mainly just going through and wrapping up the downtime stuff that we were all doing in the previous session so that we can get a little bit closer to starting the hunt in our next session proper. As always, I am joined with my wonderful players, Nova,
Hello.
Snake,
Hello.
Polaris,
Hello, hello.
Sky,
Hello.
Jess,
Hello.
3,
Hello.
Flub.
You're applying for a job, lie about going to college, because how the fuck are they going to check?
Okay.
Right.
Okay, buddy.
And as always, I am your DM admin for tonight's processions, Natan. And I believe, without further ado, why don't we pick up tonight's session of Operation Goliath?
Yay!
Yay.
So, to begin, we find ourselves in Willow's Woad. A little bit after all of you have left, after Caitlin got back, dropping off Eden and Jake from visiting his mother's house. Towards the end of the day, Willow is currently in the shop, tending to some last-minute things that he needs to do before he closes up, going around taking stock of how much coffee needs to be restocked, how many of the pastries need to be rebaked, and all of the things that he needs to do to make the shop looking nice for tomorrow morning. As he is walking around, cleaning off some of the tables that you guys used previously in the day, a little fox phases through the doorway and begins to float around, just tailing Willow ever so slightly as Kit has entered and seems to be taking a specific interest in him, just floating around behind him as he goes from table to table, beginning to clean things off. Willow stops for a moment, turns and looks behind him, and as he does, Kit moves in a way that he is always behind Willow's head, completely staying out of his line of sight. Although, as far as you're aware, Willow has never been able to see him in the past. Kit lets out a little giggle, which Willow does not seem to pick up on. And then Willow goes back to cleaning tables, Kit following close behind his head. And then in one sudden movement, Willow whips around and grabs Kit by the body. There's a little squeak that emanates from him, and he takes him and slams him down onto a table in front of him. And Willow says, "Finally!" Looking directly down at Kit, Kit also lets out a laugh and goes, "Finally!" Both of them take a second and just look at each other. And Willow says, "I've been waiting a really long time to finally get an idea of what that weird little gray signature was that was floating around here, and thanks to Eden's tip at the end of the last hunt, finally got a beat on you, you little bugger." And Kit just looks up at Willow, his the eyes on the corrupted side of his head just very wide, and he says, "It took you a little bit longer than I was hoping to, but it's clear you were the right choice." And then he suddenly, Willow's hand phases through him as Kit collapses down into the table, phasing through and disappearing. Willow takes his hand away, kind of shakes it a little bit, and looks confused. He places his hand over his mouth, contemplating various bits of information, And his eyebrows raise as he makes a very interesting connection. Takes a deep breath. Wipes off the little area where he slammed Kit onto the table. Takes another look at it. And then turns and goes and walks back behind the bar, continuing to wrap up the shop for the night. Now, pulling away from there, which of you all had things that you would like to do?
We should get to Mia and Eden first.
Yeah,
right?
we get me and stuff. I'll get. Yeah, I'll let them go. I'll save my stuff for the end.
Yes, there'll be a lot of that. So who's going?
I mean, I will try to use my library at any opportunity that there is open floor.
Yeah,
Of
if there
course,
is, I
if
need to
you-
look things up too.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to go digging around in their libraries, then
Yeah. We
Go ahead.
should, but Mia should also probably, because we have to go at some point. So
is there specific stuff that you want to do on your own, Mia?
Not on my. Well, like.
like conversation she might initiate.
Yes, with Hyperion. I would like to talk to Hyperion.
Ooh,
Ooh,
very
okay.
well.
All right.
Where would Hyperion be at the moment?
If he's not in the woad, then he's in his personal quarters,
Okay.
which presumably you would know how to get to.
Yes.
Okay. Mia will go in search of Hyperion. She will have checked the woad, seen he's not there, and then assumed he's in his room. So she will go to Hyperion's room and just knock on the door quietly. Hyperion, you in there?
If Hyperion would want to know if somebody came to his door while he was in the palace. So do you think he would?
I feel like he would have set up some sort of contraption to wake him if someone came to his door. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's
All right.
valid.
Yeah. Then Hyperion wakes up from his most recent view to Ouroboros and opens the door, looks and sees that it's Mia. Oh, hello, Mia.
Hi, am I able to talk to you about something very quickly?
He looks at you expressionlessly, save for a slight narrowing of his eyes before he opens his door fully and beckons you inside.
Mia will walk inside.
All right.
Sorry, first I wanted to just give you something if that's alright.
Give me something?
From her pocket, she will pull out a little box, and she will hand it to Hyperion.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at it, looks at you, opens the box. Is there an opening? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like a box. You can open it from
Okay.
it's got a lid.
All right, I was wondering
Inside-
because you touched it.
Oh, yeah?
I wasn't sure if. But,
Well, she has a cloak now. Yeah.
I see. Okay, yeah, he opens it.
Inside there is a very pretty butterfly pin. I had some extra spending money, so I thought I'd get everybody something.
You see him looking at it, and it's difficult to parse what's going on his face because it seems like there's probably multiple things that he's feeling at once. It looks like at one point he seems there's some irritation, but a part of him comes through that seems to take control of his actions as he affixes the pin to his uniform.
Ah, yes. Um,
Thank you.
I saw it and it. Oh, thank you. I saw it and it reminded me of Ian, so I thought I'd get it for you.
Speaking of which, does Ian
Uh,
react to this pin in any way, admin?
He hops around on your shoulder, turning towards it, and seems to just stay on it for a moment. Not too much of note, though.
I did have something I wanted to talk to you about, though. About Ian.
What about him?
On the hunts we've been on, every time he's gone into his scarier mode, he's always been very fixated on Jake, and I don't know why. I'm just a bit concerned, is all. In the idol hunt, inside that room, he towered over him and just said his name. And then when fighting the Lord's Sin, he couldn't take his eyes off of him, even when protecting me.
Oh, did that happen as well? I wasn't aware. But I know what you're referring to, Mia. I suspect it's for a few reasons. One is at some point in Jake's early life, he knew someone by the name of Ian. Well, it's a bit more complicated, but this is a form of Ian.
Will Mia be able to make the connection back to that flashback that we saw in Jake's head?
Yeah, I feel like you would remember that, and it would make sense if those two events were correlated.
Yeah, just to help the connection a bit more, Hyperion finishes by saying same, but very different from somewhere far different.
So that your Ian is an old friend of Jake?
Not exactly. As I said, a version of him, as it were, from somewhere, some time, very different.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just very concerned. I just didn't want it to, I don't know, hurt him or anything. It seemed quite intimidating, is all.
Yes. The monstrous form of Ian can be a lot. And it is only going to get more as we grow in cat strength. But I have control.
That's good to hear. Sorry for disturbing you. I just needed to calm my worries, I guess.
Well, it's good that you came. I actually had a question or two for you as well.
Oh? Yeah, what are they?
How much do you know about the manifestation of your powers, Mia?
My manifestation. It's. She'll sort of just like have her head down a bit, just twirling her fingers. I know it happened from extreme stress, and they just manifested. And then I woke up in CAIN.
And that's... I I assume I would get the sense that she's telling the truth, but she believes she's telling the truth, but it's not the case.
Yeah, something similar to that. She tells you pretty much everything that she is aware of, but it's clear that both you and her get the sense that there might be something deeper.
Oh, right, because she has a big whisper. She knows that something also is off. Right. Well, I mean, Hyperion doesn't know that, but I do. That's interesting.
I don't know much else, but there might be something more. But I couldn't tell you that, sorry.
Hyperion is mulling it over in his head, because Hyperion has now recently learned the truth of the matter. I think there are probably some things that you should know.
Oh? You know some things about my past and my manifestation?
You should sit down.
Oh, okay. And I'll go find if there's a chair anywhere.
I think there probably would be. There's like a small table and
She'll
chair.
just pull out a chair and just sit down.
Hyperion himself sits down on his bed and says, I'm going to invite you into my library.
You have a library?
It's a recent manifestation.
Oh. Okay.
And Hyperion closes his eyes and opens his library to Mia, or at least tries to.
Mia will close her eyes and accept the invitation.
You all both fall asleep in that familiar state of entering someone's palace, and Hyperion, you manifest Ouroboros in your mindscape, and Mia joins in as well, as you both find yourself in front of that massive computer on that platform.
Whoa, this is so much different than Eden's.
I think it's a matter of how I subconsciously wanted the library to manifest. In any case.
Oh yeah, I guess that would make everyone unique in its own way.
Would the corporeal manifestations of the dossiers from before still be here?
If you wanted them to be.
Just one of them. Mia's. He reaches down from the desk and he grabs the file. When you said you didn't know, when you were about the manifestation of your blasphemy, I could tell you weren't lying, but I could also tell you don't know the whole truth. And clearly, no one has taken the time to enlighten you. So I will.
Oh, thank you, Hyperion.
And he hands you the dossier. I don't
I'll
think
look.
you should.
Mia will look down. And
you pick up the dossier and scan it over, the same one in character references, and as you read through it, something shifts within you. What is Mia's specific reaction to reading this?
shock. especially the
Mm-hmm.
main portion of the manifestation event.
Mm-hmm. Something twists and turns within you. There's that initial shock and then guilt that begins to creep in, and worry and confusion. This slow blender of emotions beginning to whip more and more into something stronger, something more familiar. Roll a d6 for me.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh.
You feel this whirlwind begin to rise within yourself, this panic, this familiar sense of losing control. You breathe deeply and you close your eyes, and for a second, the familiarity goes deeper than just what happened in that car. It goes deeper, deeper to something far older, something far more powerful, something that has been compounding upon itself for centuries.
She will drop the document and just.
It disapparates. Hyperion understands that you've seen what you need to see.
And she will put her hands over her face and just sit down. Almost as she slightly falls down, but she sits down. 567.
Indeed.
She's gonna start tearing up now.
You hold a tremendous amount of power. More so than anyone else seems to realize. Well, anyone except... He doesn't finish his sentence, but he was going to finish by saying Eden.
Why me? What did I do? Why do I have this? Why did I kill these people?
It doesn't seem like you intended to. Naturally.
Hyperion, it feels like there's a knock on your palace door.
Who
Do I-
knew?
Do I get the sense of who might be knocking?
It is not a physical presence. It is seemingly a manifestation of either pure grace or sin.
Okay. Well, Attic Eden wouldn't have knocked. Attic Eden would have just showed up because
Okay.
he can. So he notices this and he lets it in.
You figuratively open the door, and as soon as you do so, Mia, you feel a familiar embrace. As Hyperion, you see the figure of Evelyn drape onto Mia's back. And Mia, you hear Evelyn whisper, "It's always been like this. For each one." And Hyperion, you hear this as well.
Mm-hmm. While she's saying this, now that I get a good look at Evelyn for, I think, the 1st time, like I've seen her before,
Yeah.
but do I see this the resemblance to the previous centipede binder as well?
It's interesting. It looks, with how detailed the statue of the centipede binder was, with that fresh in your mind, with the ghostly figure of Evelyn sitting here and then Mia directly in front of you, it looks like the lineage of a family almost. Similarities certainly between all three of them, but changes ever so slightly between Evelyn, the binder, and now Mia.
What did Evelyn say exactly? Everyone? Like this?
This has happened to every one of them before.
Every one of you. He turns, he looks at Evelyn. And would like to try to get her attention.
Okay. Actually, hold on. I have to see something. Okay. Yeah. She looks up to you, Hyperion, and you hear her say, "You are the only one that I cannot see."
Oh.
What? I've seen... What are you? I saw you before in the previous mission. What?
I am the guarantee that the cycle continues, the weight that keeps the wheel turning.
The guarantee. Cycle. With this talk of cycle, seeing Mia, seeing Evelyn, seeing every time, seeing the previous centipede binder, can Hyperion infer reincarnation cycle?
It is at the very least the hypothesis foremost on his mind.
He addresses Evelyn again. Is Mia a reincarnation?
She looks up and tilts her head at you. Her hair is still completely over her face, only one little part between it you're able to see her eye. And she tilts her head at you, her hair kind of draping in the air. And she says, "And it is hard to hear you as well. Everything about your presence is unnatural."
Ouroboros.
The cursor lights up.
Repeat to Mia my previous question.
If you could drop me a reminder on that.
Is Mia a reincarnation?
Okay, yes. So, yeah, you're prompting that query to the library?
No, I'm telling Ouroboros to say it out loud so that Evelyn can hear it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, the computer responds and says, "Is Mia a reincarnation?" Evelyn kind of looks up into the air. tilting her head again, kind of just looking around, very not aloof, but just like not entirely there. And she says, "Yes. Yes, she is."
How many times? Again, telling Ouroboros to repeat himself.
The computer does so and says, "I have lost count over the millennia."
Millennia. Who was the first?
She looks up to you, and her eye gets very wide, directly in between the part of her hair. And she just looks at you.
No response.
She just looks at you.
This whole time, Mia has indeed been listening, but she has been too shocked to say anything.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why does she die every time? Or sorry, did she say that she dies every time? I don't.
Not during this conversation.
Oh, well, then what did it was something bad.
This happens every time.
Yeah.
The casualty rate.
In reference to, what happened with,
Yeah. Why do people suffer with you every time?
It was our punishment.
Punishment for what?
What we did in the garden.
Garden? Okay.
At
Can I make
this,
the jump?
Mia will stand up
Okay.
and just look at Evelyn. What happened, Evelyn?
We were cursed to forever repeat this cycle until we found a way to fix it.
How?
I've asked that same question every time, but only this time has there been a variable which has never been there before. And she slowly turns to look to Hyperion.
Variable.
Hyperion.
I've heard that
She
word
says-
being used before. No, I can hear her, Mia.
Oh.
I've heard that word being used before. Referred to something called the spindle.
Evelyn, is the spindle the way to fix this?
That I do not know.
We need to figure out how it is. What the answer is. You'll see, for the first time, she's a bit frustrated.
I do not know what this spindle is specifically, but it does feel connected to the variable.
We need to figure out what the spindle does and how we can use it to stop this.
Yes.
Hyperion turns to Mia and motions back towards the giant computer screen. Well, if you have any questions.
Computer, what is the spindle?
You
I
prompt
already-
that question.
Hyperion will interject and say, I already asked that question. It referred to it as an unknown variable. Try something else.
What is the unknown variable?
Roll 3d6.
And this will inflict me, right? If I...
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, well, luckily
but
nothing.
No stress is taken. And please make an investigation roll for this.
Ew, okay.
You'll get +1 because it's the library.
Indeed.
4.
And your question was,
What is the unknown variable?
Regarding the answer to the question, what is the unknown variable posed by the asker? The unknown variable in this situation refers to two things.
What are they?
There is a brief pause, and then the answer is typed up on the screen, and it says, the spindle and the exorcist known as Hyperion Hollingsworth.
Mia will look at Hyperion.
Hyperion's eyes will widen at this. He knows why. Now that he sees it in full, he knows why. Being put up against the weird timeline variable spindle thing. I am the unknown variable. I can change this cycle.
Evelyn, it looks like the answer is either the spindle or Hyperion here.
Yes, that feels right.
I can... Hyperion goes up to Ouroboros. What is the unknown variable capable of?
Okay, roll 3d6.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Two stress.
Oh, this is my payback. For last time. Oh shit.
And go ahead and make an investigation roll for that.
Okay. I roll 3d6 and I get a 6.
Okay. What is the variable capable of? Normally, when you receive answers from Ouroboros, the words are seemingly typed up onto the screen in front of you, accompanied by a voice command. With this answer, with a 6, there is far too much information that floods your mind of every possible thing that this unknown variable might be capable of. It is so much information because when a single individual makes a decision, that splits a timeline and causes a specific timeline to phase out of existence before that individual carries on with the main one. that multiplied by billions becomes an unfathomable amount of information. And with the unknown variable able to interact with every single one of those dead timelines, it's almost an unfathomable amount of information that begins to flood your mind. I will say you take another point of stress
Okay.
because of that.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
boy.
say for flavor that all 3 stress came from this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You see Hyperion's face immediately like scrunch up, his hands shoot up to his head as this incomprehensibly large amount of information is flooding into his mind.
Hi, Hyperion, are you okay? And with that, she would have like gotten out of her like frustration and is now more concerned for you. She runs over.
Anything. I'm capable of.
What happened?
I saw infinity, timelines upon timelines, and incomprehensibly large amount of possibilities at my fingertips. At the unknown variable's fingertips. Anything could be possible.
But how?
I don't know. Well, I have something of an idea. You see, Mia, I'm not from this timeline.
What?
I was brought into this timeline. Potentially with the help of the spindle.
Oh. I'm sorry that happened to you, Hyperion.
Well, besides the point right now. The point is, I'm something that's not supposed to be here. Something that... He turns to Evelyn. Something, whatever this is, can't account for. Something that wasn't there
Oh,
before.
sorry, I really should introduce you. This is Evelyn. Evelyn, this is Hyperion.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so between the mention of Evelyn, the mention of something from thousands of years ago being like the originator of a curse of some kind, and the mention of a garden.
It's certainly a hypothesis Hyperion could make.
All right, then he's gonna... he'll have Ouroboros speak for him again. Are you... What? There's no way. Are you... Eve? From the Bible?
What?
Oh. As that question rings out, Evelyn's head turns up and looks towards the screen, and then looks back down, hanging her head over Mia's shoulder, and says, "It's hard to remember."
Well, do you know an... Well, do you know an Adam?
I do. He's still in pain.
I remember something. The other day, Evelyn told me that we can't save Adam. He's long gone. But he's still in pain? And if you are Eve.
Adam and Eve from that story from the Bible, and then the thing that John Milton wrote.
Mia
That
will
stuff
just...
that stuff is real.
Sorry. Mia will just look off with like into nothingness, like she's sort of not focusing.
Continuing to speak through Ouroboros, Hyperion says, so, at least in the story, you took an apple from a tree because I think Satan told you to, and then you were punished.
It's hazy. It was. No, I can't. What was that?
What was that?
It was
The devil?
At first I thought that was something... Okay. Lock in.
Okay.
Lock in.
Okay, back in.
No, I can't remember fully just yet. But it is starting to become clearer.
Mia will remember what she said, what Evelyn told to her in Eden's palace about how he was familiar. Eden. I need to speak to Eden. And she will... How do I get out of here? Oh, it must be like Eden's palace.
Well,
and she will try
hang
to
on. Hold
wake
on.
up.
Hold on, before you
what?
go. He turns to Mia. Which one?
What? What
Which
do you mean?
Eden?
Eden. You know, the Eden. What do you mean?
He shakes his head. I suppose I'm the only one who figured that out just up until now. There is more than one personality in his head.
What? I need to speak with him. I don't know what's... so much going on. I need to speak to him. Thank you, Hyperion.
Well, you can just think yourself out of here. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And she will wake up.
Okay. Mia wakes up. Is there any more questions that Hyperion wants to pose to Ouroboros before Mia goes to speak with Eden?
Yeah. He turns to the... he turns to Ouroboros and he thinks about... Apparently, Adam and Eve are real. We have a person in the party named Eden, aka the garden that Adam and Eve used to inhabit. We have an entity that appears to be the fear of Abel. He's not saying this out loud, just to be clear. He's not saying the words fear of Abel out loud. But it appears that the events of the Bible are real in some capacity. He turns to Ouroboros, says, how much of the events recorded in the Bible is historical fact?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Okay. Let me see here something. This information is rare, this information is forbidden, and this information is pertinent to a powerful group. So please roll 3d6.
Yeah, no shit. Okay. Why can't it? Nope. I had the... 1 second. Okay. roll 3d6. No, that's 2. And one more stress. Oh yeah.
You take 1 stress, yes.
luck
And
is
please
coming.
roll me an investigation check.
Right. Another 6.
Okay. You get a lot of information that Ouroboros tells you. Not as overflowing as the previous question. The main answer comes down to it's muddy. There are a lot of things that are simply straight up written fiction. There are a lot of things that are actual stories or things that happened that have been elaborated upon or written up in some way. There are some things that seem to be just primarily accurate. But the thing that does seem to fall into that last category of being primarily accurate is the events within the Garden of Eden and the events of the story of Cain and Abel.
Last piece of information. Last question that I'll ask before I allow people to go on with whatever else they were doing. He looks at this and are there any... No, sorry. What are the important pieces of information that these stories... Well, he thinks about it. He was going to ask, what are the pieces of information that these stories omit? And he's like, this is a question that the fear of Abel is going to show up again. He just knows it.
You got a safeguard.
I do have the safeguard. Right. Safeguard is still in place, right? I can... From last
Indeed.
time? Okay.
Yes.
Then he'll pose it. What are the events surrounding Adam, Eve, and their lineage that have been omitted from popular accepted versions of the Bible?
Unable to answer due to previous stated protocols.
Okay. Well, something to ask him later. Okay, let's go with just a completely different question. Who are the currently alive virtues, and what are their high blasphemies? This was a question that he was planning to ask. This was a question that he was planning to ask before Mia walked in. So he's just going back to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Roll 3d6, as it's a yes answer to all of the questions.
No doubt. No stress this time.
Okay, and roll investigation.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. You... let me see here. Okay. This is a lot of notes that I have to pour through, so just give me 2 seconds.
Very well.
That fucking noise earlier caught me so off guard.
Yeah. I was just gonna ask Hyperion about like a simple question about Ian. I think
Hey,
it got a little bit bigger than that.
I mean, you got your answer. Thing is, Hyperion found
You're
out something.
Eve. You're in a time loop. You're gonna die. What?
You're Eve. Oh, by the way, you've also murdered like 500 people, and I think that's
Yeah,
happened.
Yeah, I didn't expect this. I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my first time talking to you, Hyperion. We're all gonna die!
Yeah, first conversation that these two have. And Hyperion's
We're
just
gonna
like,
cry.
That's a
"Damn."
great first conversation. It was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
You're a lot more crucial to her now. But she figures out what's fully going on.
Almost there. Trust.
I believe. I
All
believe.
good. All
Yay.
good.
Hey, mama. Sorry.
Oh.
How many messages are we at in the notes thread, Jess?
53.
A decent amount, yeah.
Oh wow.
Did we break the record
I-
from last time?
We're sub. We're
I
sub. We're
got-
sub 1 hour. So
Oh,
it's,
last one's
it's
3:52. Damn. Yeah, I've still got plenty of time before I have to go. So.
Okay, that is good. Mhm.
Man, I never typed
Okay.
this fast for school. That's crazy. Anyway, sorry.
I got it. So with a 3 on the roll, you are not able to find specifically what you were hoping for. A list of all of the virtues and their high blasphemies, but you are able to find something in a similar vein. Going through the computer and what it was able to pull up, it tells you that Ouroboros is not able to pull up information on true virtues. However, it is able to pull up all of the information on active virtues and their high blasphemies.
okay.
And that list consists of temperance, high blasphemy, perfected ardence, promptitude, high blasphemy, perfected gate, perseverance, high blasphemy, perfected smother, goodness, high blasphemy, perfected. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Perfective jaunt. Courage, high blasphemy, perfected vector, wonder, high blasphemy, graveyard, and beauty, high blasphemy, perfected edit.
Oh.
At the mention of that last one, it's like he almost has like a mini seizure. At the mention of that. At the idea of the edit blasphemy getting perfected. Can you send me that list?
I will in 2 seconds.
Cool, thanks.
I
That's an
wrote it
interesting
down.
list of names.
Oh yes, Jess has it in the
Oh,
notes.
yeah,
The
Jess.
goat.
Go to Jess.
We're
for
like
that.
make her
Ryan
own
says
library.
gear.
I got fast fingers, guys. I got it.
Yeah.
Where's it gone?
Marcel, how are you here?
It
If
can't
it
be
is
Marcel.
her.
She's dead.
Unless,
Probably.
So, Alejandro is goodness. Arya is. What was it? Perseverance?
Perseverance.
Perseverance,
Yeah.
right?
Kila's courage, I'm pretty sure. But it
Akila's
said
courage.
Vector.
So the
And
entire,
beauty.
so the entire, the
Entire
entire one-shot cadre became perfected
Active
blasphemy
virtues.
virtues.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's
they're all
cool.
active virtues now.
Active and yeah. Huh. Perfected. I wonder what that's about. How do you perfect a blasphemy?
Do you pose that question?
Yes. I'm sorry, last one. I swear this is the last one.
Yeah. No. That's interesting.
It's fine.
Yeah. Go ahead. And roll 2d6, as it is rare and it is pertinent to a powerful organization.
But it's not forbidden. Interesting.
Yes.
No stress.
Okay. And roll investigation.
5.
Okay. Okay, interesting. The answer pops up on through Ouroboros. And it says first that CAIN has to recognize your potential for perfected blasphemy. On your first 10 hunts, you must show a impressive and unique enough use of your blasphemy to be considered by authority for perfected blasphemy training. Upon the completion of 20 hunts, then you can be accepted into that training program. This is a relatively new thing and was originally made for this specific cadre after their hunts proved more impressive than most. No one has been able to achieve perfected blasphemy status since, and the training regimen for this is extremely rigorous and designed to weed out those who do not have the potential for a perfected blasphemy.
With the 5, do I get a name for this cadre? Because you mentioned that this was done by a particular cadre. Just curious.
Indeed, and that is really far back in my notes. Give me a second.
Alright, guys, grab your popcorn, grab your drinks. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah, for real. Talk amongst yourselves.
Marcel, how if
That's
it is
leather.
Marcel?
It can't be Marcel. She's so dead.
I mean, she
Very
could have sin
very-
overflowed to not die,
She is an edit.
True.
and she is an edit. Yeah.
Yes.
The one who left it all behind in her overwhelming.
Actually,
Putting that up on the screen.
Marcel.
She is very
Yes.
crazy.
Okay.
Jess, I
Marcel.
find it so funny that Jake literally has the color palette of the bean of potato. I can't unsee it now.
Oh, yeah, if
Which is
everyone
really
watching,
nice.
Marcel is a one-shot character. We all did a one-shot. They
Yes.
died at the end of it with their head exploding.
Yeah.
Yeah, her head popped.
Right. Yeah.
Try
so,
to run away.
So
Like a balloon.
all these perfected blasphemy users are a reference to a one-shot party that, in an unlisted VOD that I don't think is ever going to get listed. But now they're all
Yeah,
here.
that was a.
It's
That was
hidden
a shit show.
inventory.
Yeah, it's our hidden inventory in the JJ.
And it is going to
comparisons.
say hidden, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is in fact hidden.
I don't think
inventory.
You
wanna
get the
watch
gist,
it
though.
for
We
30
played
minutes
Weeping
and be like,
Mountain.
How
I
does
think
the
it was.
sin attack you? What did we do?
Oh no.
It's so
It
funny.
walked, so we could now run.
Yes. Yeah, so if anyone is
fun,
familiar
though.
with the Weeping Mountain set mission, that was played with these characters, including ones
And
that
just
we saw
no-
last
yeah.
session, such as Asher, Kate, Arya, another mentioned one by the name of Allie, and a few others.
I need to make it very clear. Caitlin shot a rocket launcher at the sin. Anyway.
That was awesome.
Oh, found
Oh,
it.
what
There we
name's
go.
a Flub's
Um,
character?
Okay, here we go.
Keel. Keel was Flo's character.
Yeah.
The name of this cadre you find is VG6, standing for Virtue Gestalt 6.
Virtue Gestalt 6?
Yes.
I don't know how to spell that.
Gestalt. Gestalt.
ST. What's after T?
6.
6. The Just 6.
No. Gestalt. Sorry.
Do you want me to type it in your
A-
notes for you?
Virtue
ALT. Just
Gestalt
okay. There we
6.
go. We got it.
You got it.
Virtue Gestalt 6.
Gestalt.
Huh. 10 hunts for potential, huh? Okay. I'll keep that in mind. And now we're done. We're done for now. We're done.
Very well. As Hyperion remains in Ouroboros, pondering this immense amount of potential that stems from the information that just fell into his lap, we go over to Mia, who is now rushing through the black site, attempting to find Eden. So, what are you doing right now, Mia?
Well, where mayhaps Eden be in this moment?
That's a good question.
Wow. Well, my previous answer was he was going to be looking for you, but he'll probably be in his room. He hasn't left yet.
Well, Eden, you'll hear a knock at your door.
He's putting on his coat, and he was not expecting anyone to arrive. But he will open the door.
And you will see Mia standing there. Eden,
Mia.
what's going on?
Nothing currently. I was gonna come talk to you. Are you all right?
Well, I need to talk to you. Can I come in?
Oh. Yeah, go ahead. He'll open the door and let you in.
Can we speak in your mind palace?
Yeah, let's just sit down. Yeah. He'll sit down and he'll open up the palace.
She will
Okay.
enter the palace as well.
You do so. Eden, just roll a passive investigation roll for me real quick before you do so.
Passive investigation. I do not have my little helper, so this is flat actually. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
4.
4. Barely. As you lay down and begin to open your palace, as Mia does so as well, you barely make out in the corner of your room, there's an eyeball embedded into the side of the wall.
Oh, that's fun. And it appears like psychic. I guess it looks like a human eye that's manifested on the wall. Okay.
Yes. As soon as you see it, it blinks, winks, and then vanishes back into the wall.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Winked at me. Yeah, sure. What? Was it like a normal human-sized eye, just like floating there?
Yes. No, it was like on the wall, like
On the
partially
wall.
embedded into it. Yeah, like it grew out of it.
Huh. Okay. All right. It's CO. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in the palace now, we're in just the general sort of main foyer area. What's on your mind, Mia?
What happened when I manifested my blasphemy?
Well, I wasn't there, but from what I understand, your parents had been in some sort of argument, and your powers awakened, and they were a lot stronger than most awakenings. I'm not 100% on the specifics of how, but a lot of people got hurt. I'm sure you can imagine turning off all human-made infrastructure and functionality in the middle of a busy city. What that might do, what that could cause. Wasn't your fault.
Why? What is going on with Evelyn? I know she has something to do with this. I know there is... What am I?
Well, you're you, for lack of a better term.
I know about the previous lives of Evelyn and me.
Did she tell you?
I found out with some help.
Help? Who helped you? Who knew about this?
Hyperion and his supercomputer.
Huh. I see. Well, I'm glad he told you. I suppose. What's wrong with you, I suppose, is what you want to know.
Yes.
What is Evelyn?
Why am I destined to hurt so many people?
I don't... You're not... Gosh, I had the words for this, and now they're all gone. You're not destined to hurt people. Not like how you think. It isn't your fault. It just... every time you've awakened your powers, they've been large events. They don't always hurt people necessarily, but at some point in your life, you do. Whether it's the awakening, whether it's when you die, at some point you hurt a lot of people. You never mean to. I think that makes it worse. Why, I
Peter.
don't.
Please help me. I don't want to hurt more people.
I'm trying. I've been trying for. I should show you something. A couple of some things. I was gonna start with the good, but I think now that you know, it'll be a little better to start with the bad. He'll take them to the art gallery from before. He will open it up to her. All of the black sort of drapings that were over the paintings and statues before when Hyperion entered are gone. With the only exception being the one at the far end of the room of current Mia. That one is still covered. And he will walk you through or walk you into the room. These are... Well, most of the time the events are at your death, but some of them have been upon your awakening, sometimes your birth, sometimes in the middle of your life. This room, every painting, every sculpture, every work of art is you. The moment that you died in that life, or a previous version similar to you died.
I assume upon seeing this now, the hazy memories of the first time I saw this come back to me when I
Yes.
caught a glimpse of the
Yes.
gallery without even
Yes, they
realizing.
do.
I don't know why you're stuck in this. I did know for a moment, but you're not the only one with issues with their memory. Mine tend to disappear by choice, admittedly. There are things that become difficult to think about. And I'd gone so many years without having seen you this time. I thought maybe that getting rid of it was the answer. I'd tried so many other things, and that beginning, whatever started you down this path.
But why do you know all this stuff? Why you?
Because
Why do you have all of this?
I've lived it with you. Or those that came before you. I was there.
How?
I'm stuck in the same cycle that you are. I keep reliving these lives over and over. Born to die, and do it all over again. Every time one of us is reborn, the other is soon to follow behind. Whenever we meet, there's some sort of connection. We've lived countless different types of lives. We've been friends, we've been enemies. We've tried so many different things to break the cycle that we're in, but it always ends the same. We both die in ways that we don't want to. You hurt a lot of people, usually. I have to watch you die, usually. Then I hurt a lot of people. And this is that. He gestures to all of the destroyed, stabbed, burned, crushed paintings in the art gallery. These are how you've ended. Every time. These are made by me from memory.
So, there's not normally anything that can be done.
That's not necessarily true. We've
Yeah.
tried. We've tried a lot, but this time I think is different.
Yes,
have-
Evelyn's told me there's an unknown variable that could stop this.
An unknown variable?
Yes. It's either the spindle or Hyperion.
For when you say the first name for a moment, he just stares at you. There is sort of a change of expression to his face. The worry and concern fades to just deadpan for a moment before he turns back when you say Hyperion's name, back to more of concern. Hyperion? And Evelyn told you this?
Yes, she can't see or hear him very well. And she says, after some help with Hyperion, that he is one of these variables.
That makes sense. That makes sense. He's not from
He's
From
not from
here.
our timeline.
And it must have stabilized him. That means that original theory is likely correct. But why? Why would it? But that does work for the plan.
What is the spindle?
An incredibly powerful entity that has some degree of control over time. And to a lesser or maybe greater extent, space along with it. They're intertwined. It is the fabric and the weave of the universe, after all. Hence the name. But why is it involved with him? And why him specifically? I don't know exactly why, but there is an idea. There's been a plan I've been thinking of for some time. Something that might be able to set us free. Break us away from all of this. But I needed a suitable candidate for it. Multiple suitable candidates, but
What? What is it?
I'll need time to develop it, to think, to put it into proper words for you. For now, please, just... Can you trust me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll tell you as soon as I confirm a few details and check on some things. But I want you...
Eden,
Yeah.
there's someone at the attic door.
At the... Oh.
At the attic door.
At the attic door. Who, it's still locked, right? It's nothing that came out.
It's still locked, yes.
Okay.
But there's
okay.
someone there.
This is the great usage of my topa. I'll have Purple Eden go check on it, while Blue talks
I've
to
got to go
Mia
quickly check on
Purple.
something. Sorry, I'll be back. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Purple
okay.
is Eva talking. All right, it's Purple.
Alrighty. You approach the bottom of the stairs, looking up, and you see a figure in the staircase next to the door, not standing looking at the door, but sitting sideways on the stairs, looking down at you. You see Evelyn sitting there. And she just looks down to you and says, "You've broken."
I have. I found it necessary given these current set of circumstances. That and the piece of me in the attic isn't exactly fond of, well, anything. but you, mostly. And I think it's good that he's not here right now.
You were stronger than that before.
Yeah. Yeah, I was. I had less things to worry about, I think. It's different when you're concerned over, what, a whole team of people versus two. You were the one that always cared about cities and large groups, making sure everybody got along and got well. Never cared for that. I think that weakened me a bit.
She brings one of her knees up towards her head, wrapping her arms around it and leaning her head sideways on it, looking down at you, her hair over her face parted for her eye. And she says, I thought you said that you never liked loving people.
He has a bit of a scowl at that, grits his teeth just a little bit. No, and that hasn't changed. You mistake my concern with affection. I simply need them. My plan to end all of this is possibly reliant on them. At least one of them, if not more. That's all. It's a question of practicality, nothing else.
You keep telling yourself that.
What do you want, Eve?
She looks away, placing her forehead on her knee, and says, I just wanted to see you.
Don't do that. Not here. There's a sort of pounding feeling coming from the other side of the attic door. It's anger, pain. It's not sure, but it's a feeling that is washed over this area, but is kept out from reaching the main halls where Blue and Mia are at.
She...
Mm.
Yeah, you go ahead.
You know how I feel about that. About you. What that does.
She takes a deep breath and slowly stands up. She looks behind herself towards the attic and then back down to you and slowly begins to descend toward you. There's almost a bit of a light coming from her, barely illuminating the darkened staircase. She slowly walks down towards you and then walks directly past you. But before she fully walks away, she stops and says, You may think that you are too far gone, but out of the three of us, that one is not you. And she'll begin to walk.
He wants to chase after her, call after her, mostly to tell her that she's wrong, that she knows that she's wrong. But he can't. He can't seem to muster the words to yell at her, to fight with her. He never really could. And the one piece of him that might have is currently locked behind the door. And instead, he'll just ask, Are you gonna be okay?
She only turns her head. You can barely see her eye between her hair. And she says, "That depends on you and how you treat your friends." And turns and continues to walk.
Oh my god. Again, he wants to get into this argument with her, but he can't. And just seeing her again is enough to sort of stop him in that. And he knows that they could go around for hours about it, but instead he watches her leave and sits down on the stairs, puts his head in his hands, and says, "Friends or no, I'll fix this. I have to fix it this time. We're running out of time. Everyone is. I just want to rest."
You
Mhm.
wait there for a second. And as you say you just want to rest, you hear from above you, "Soon. Very soon."
I know. I know. I know. I know. But maybe. What if she's right? What if we can fix it without ascension?
There is a wait. And before you hear a response, and you hear, "You would give up your kingdom, your providence."
There is the piece of him that would say, for her, for humanity, absolutely. But that piece is currently downstairs. And instead, he simply says, "Of course. Of course. What was I thinking? I suppose that's a benefit of this little split of ours. We can put that silly part away. That part that wants to be weak. That doesn't understand. That poor, poor ignorance. Soon indeed." And with that, the purple-eyed tulpa will vanish. Probably return
Alright.
to Blue and Mia.
Okay.
With the adrenaline of everything starting to wear off, Mia will just go lean, like sit against a wall, head in hands, and just start crying.
Mia, he approaches her. He's not sure if he should put a hand on her shoulder, but he will. Reach out. I know it's a lot. It seems like a silly question to ask if you're okay. What, I suppose, if we're to start somewhere, is what's getting to you the most?
It's just so much. all this at once.
Yeah, I get that. He's looking at the art gallery now, and he's realizing like what this is. It is the living memento of basically the inescapability of her fate. That this is what is going to happen. This is what has happened, and how, even though he's had these memories now for a little while, and his getting trauma bombed with this has already occurred, hers hasn't, and he's thinking about how that felt for him, and now being able to empathize with that with her. Mia, could I show you something? It's not bad like this. It's
Okay.
He will snap his fingers and take them to a rather large movie theater. It's a very nice, fancy movie theater, with a something on screen that hasn't played yet, and he'll tell her, or he'll go and sit down in the front row. He doesn't want to direct her if he doesn't, wherever she wants to sit, and he'll just say, take a seat wherever you'd want. Hopefully this can help, I think. It wasn't all bad memories and pain that we had.
She'll go sit up with Eden.
Okay. He looks a little surprised, but happy.
She's still very teary.
Mm-hmm. Nope, wouldn't do that yet. He'll... Nope. He's not big on physical touch, so he's also fully back on that. He'll say, yeah. You have a favorite animal?
I think hippos are kind of cute.
Oh. On the projector, like from where the movie's playing, is a video, or the movie that's playing seems to be from someone's eyes playing like a memory, and it is someone that looks very similar to Mia. Of course, this past reincarnation isn't exactly the same. Leading around a small, tiny little baby hippo that is following her around and that she's playing with. The memory overall is quite a happy one. You can feel in the palace the sort of emotion that is emanating out from the room, and it is a joyous one, and it is Mia playing with an adorable baby hippo. And he'll ask, and what would you have named it, you think?
You look over to Mia and she is still tearing, but she has a little smile on her face now. Pumpkin. I would have named it Pumpkin.
Yeah. Well, the language was different, but you did. That was his name. He's watching the video, and they're laughing as you pick up this little baby hippo, and he says, and if you could visit one place in the world, where do you think it would be?
France.
Oh, God. Okay.
Sounds about right.
Claire Obscure. He on the movie, it is the scene that, unbeknownst to Mia, was the same sort of scape and area that he had taken V to. That sort of hanging garden type balcony overlooking the city of Paris, with Mia this time sat at the piano playing it. And actually, no, at the beginning, it would be you would have heard a rather terrible sound of the piano, but it was from the perspective of the person playing it not being Mia. She's sitting down and listening. It seems to be Eden was playing it. And it was very bad. And she's like, no, let me try. And he gets up, lets her try. And it is a beautiful song as you guys, the two of them, were overlooking Paris. And it was a very gentle and warm feeling. We've been there a couple of times. It's, you're always a little bit better at the arts than I was, so you had a bit of an easier time there.
Yeah, it didn't sound very good at the start.
No, it was awful. But you taught me to get a little bit better at it. I think I'm somewhat passable. Taught me to sculpt, paint, too many other arts. They're all stored up here somewhere. But those were over the course of different lives. Are you interested in any arts now, Mia?
I mainly only really dance nowadays. I don't do much else.
He stares a bit, sort of awestruck. You still dance?
Yeah. I showed a little bit of it to everyone on Dance Dance Revolution at the arcade, but you weren't there.
Yeah, sorry, I was busy.
When I can't really touch much else, I just dance. It doesn't require anything.
You want a DDR machine sounds rather funny. In a good way,
Oh.
I mean.
I like to think I did an okay job at it.
It's the one thing I never really got good at. Could you, if it wouldn't be too much to ask, maybe try and show me again? How to
Yeah,
dance
I
with me.
could do that.
He'll stand and offer her a hand and say, you'll have to take the lead. I'm, like I said, rather clumsy when it comes to this. Horribly uncoordinated. Grace would be horrified if she saw me do this. The incompetence, I'm sure, would give her a stroke.
She'll giggle a little, and she'll grab your hand. And yeah.
The theater turns into a stage, not conscious to Eden. It's just something that happens. And yeah, what were you going to say?
I was gonna ask if the scenery changed at all.
Yes, yes, it does.
Yeah.
It changes into seemingly a grand stage. The theater audience thing is still there, but it doesn't seem at the moment like anyone is in there or anything. It's just an empty stage for the two of them to dance on.
Mia and Eden, you guys take each other's hands. Mia, you taking the lead, teaching your old friend how to dance again. You guys break into this slow waltz, still figuring things out. Mia, you place Eden's hand on your hip and his other hand, you hold it with your left hand as you place your hand on his shoulder and you begin to sway back and forth, stepping in a square motion. Eventually, after a little bit, you seep into a more comfortable rhythm, a more familiar flow. Back and forth, and back and forth. Eden, is there music that accompanies you?
Yeah, it would likely be this. A song
Yeah.
that was made by a past life of Mia's.
back and forth and back and forth. The voice plays over the beautiful chords as you sway in this ballroom. A familiar voice, one that you've heard from Evelyn many times, Mia. You begin to dance more fervently, though not without any less amount of grace and composure. You fall back into a familiar pattern as you begin to spin one another around, dancing, getting thoroughly so lost up in the art of it all that everything else around you for a moment just seems so inconsequential. Like, out of everything, this is all what it was meant to be. Eventually...
Oh yeah, continue. No, continue, please, I'm dying.
Eventually, the scenery completely falls apart around you. You simply stand on that stage with nothing but beautiful, open skies. Okay.
Oh, I was like, oh my god.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Yes, you stand on that stage with nothing but beautiful, open skies around you. Everything around the stage seems to be this clear, reflective lake, which reflects the skies above and the clouds, and you simply are just on this stage in this open void of pure reflection. Not that the two of you notice, as all that you can think of is just each other, dancing finally again as you should be. And as you focus truly on one another, it's almost as if each year, out of every 1,000 that you have spent apart, begins to be stripped away, until finally, in this dance, you catch just the briefest glimpse of who each other truly is, for the first time in a very, very long time.
Eden, as their dance concludes or takes a pause, as he's held close to her, he will say, with his hand in hers, I know this might not be fair to you. You're not her, and I'm not, no matter what it feels like. Despite the memories, I'm not them. But we may not know each other. But I'd like to, if you'd allow me.
Yes. We're in this together after all.
We'll find a way out. And with that, the stage goes dark. There is a light over them, and before it will vanish and leave them back at the stage where they started, and he'll take a step back, letting her go. Thank you for that, Mia. I think I needed
Thank
that.
you. I needed it too.
Like I said, when I find out more details about our situation and how we can break it, you'll be the first to know. I promise.
Thank you.
hate to keep you, or I wouldn't mind if you stayed, but I'm sure you have other things to attend to.
Yeah, I wanted to go talk to some people I was meaning to.
Of course. Yes, I have a couple meetings myself.
The room around you shakes a little bit of dust falling from above. Both of you, such psychically attuned individuals, and this entire area being made out of psychic energy, you feel it. The psychic sea itself hurts.
Yeah, you should go. Yeah, his composure seems to be faltering, less, I guess, happy. He's still happy for sure, but it feels like that in and of itself is making him unhappy, causing him physical pain. Yeah, we I'll see you later then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Eden. And she'll give you a smile, a bit shaky because of the shaking, and then she'll wake up.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Little,
Do you guys wake up at the same time?
Up to Eden.
yeah, unless I'm getting the inclination that the other two wanted to talk to me, then the other two in my head want to talk to me. If not, then yeah.
They're fine.
Yeah. Then yeah, I'll wake up. You don't wake up with Mia.
Alrighty. The two of you wake up.
Is there anything out here? Just making sure nothing physically shook us. That eyeball looking at me.
Roll another investigation check.
Sure. Oh, 6.
That's what you needed. You Yeah, as you wake up and kind of look around, combing the room, you hold on. Yeah, okay. As you wake up and comb the room, everything seems to be pretty much in order. You stand to begin to walk over to Mia, and then you just barely catch in the bottom of the room, in the bottom corner of the room, right under the bedside table, is a small ear that seems to have grown out of the wall.
Huh. And yeah, human ear in normal size. That's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Did I catch a glimpse of the color of the eye from last time?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, I was thinking it's maybe Kate, that she's like teleporting pieces of her body around.
Oh no.
It's I have to check. It was a very, very dark green.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so Makeup Hill help see Mia out. He has to go, since he's talked to Mia now, the plan is to talk to Grace. Oh, he will tell her, I gotta double check this date. I think it's the 29th for when the thing is supposed to happen. I feel like it's the 29th.
For what?
For the beach episode. I'll just say it.
Oh,
beach
yeah.
episode.
Okay.
The beach
Oh.
episode.
Yes. Woo.
Is it
Right.
when is okay? I'll also just say it. When is Hyperion's birthday? It's 29th.
Yeah.
It
So I
is
gotta
that
quickly
day.
do something.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is
yeah.
that day.
That's what you did.
Yes.
I had to make
Oh,
sure.
I'll be
boy.
back in a second.
Okay, okay.
Oh boy.
Yes. So he's going to see Grace, but he is going to. You probably don't need to roleplay it, but he's telling Mia that if she could go to Willow's Wood on the 29th for a special group meeting.
Good to know.
That's what I say. Little group
Okay.
get together.
Yeah. Sure thing. As you go to see Grace, for now, we cut away to
Yes, yes.
Grace.
Ooh.
What is Grace doing in her room right now?
She's actually laying on the floor of her room, looking up at the ceiling.
Mhm.
She's
Like back
lost in-
flat. Oh.
Yep, back flat, lost in thought.
Oh wow.
After a bit of time, she gets up and she goes to the little restroom compartment she has in the sink and a mirror and pulls out of her boot. Well, she wouldn't be allowed to have her knife on her, right? I don't need to know if I need to make her look paranoid or not.
I feel like you could get away with it if you wanted to.
But she brings out a knife from her boot and stares at the mirror. She thinks about what she spoke to Promptitude about and puts the knife on her palm. She thinks for a moment. Is there a camera in her room?
No, not as far as you're aware.
And even so, she still looks around. The knife still at her palm.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to know? Then she takes the knife off and closes her hand. Puts it back in her boot. And then goes to sit on her bed. Until I suppose someone knocks on the door.
Indeed, indeed. You hear a
Uh-huh.
knock at the door.
Miss Harper.
Yes?
It's Eden. I was wondering if we could talk for a little bit.
You can't see this, but she scowls at the door
Yeah.
before she gets up and opens it.
Hello. I was wondering. Well, first I should say, I am terribly sorry about certain things in the last mission. Some things that I neglected to mention or elaborate on, and some failings that I had. I'd like to first and
Failings?
foremost.
Huh.
Yes. A couple on my part.
So, get to it.
I was wondering. Actually, no. I should apologize first. Firstly, I apologize for not disclosing my virtue status and any other relevant information in that regard. That would have been great for you and the rest of the team to know. Should probably work on that. I am terribly sorry for obfuscating any other details, namely the nature of my overflow. The main thing that I would like to reassure you is that despite my apparent sin mark, I am safe. I'm not going to overflow, and when I do, what you saw before is dangerous, but certainly not in the same way that it is for most exorcists to overflow. But I can 100% understand why you were ready to shoot me, and I don't blame you for it.
She scowls at you again and puts her hand on her hip. I'm not angry about the fact that you're back or that you survived your overflow. I don't care if you're safe from it or not. It shouldn't have happened at all.
Yeah, you're right. I got, well, stressed at a lot of things going on, and I thought I had it under control, and I didn't. My palace stores a vast amount of information, and sometimes things get shifted around, important things. And in trying to retrieve something that helped Hyperion, at least in the binding of the sin, I think I lost the ability to use normal psychic bursts of energy and instead drew upon sin. And I have rectified this issue. I have now instead forgotten how to draw on sin entirely, so I won't be overflowing at all.
I guess that's nice to hear. And how do I know you're not lying to me?
I guess you don't. But I could show you if you want.
How?
Could take you inside of my... He's thinking for a moment at what just happened, and he doesn't know if the other two are going to be, for lack of a better term, pissy or not if he brings someone else in there. Because they're probably sulking. So... on second thought, you're rather acutely aware of psychic energies, right?
Why do you ask?
Well, you should be able to see if someone's trying to draw on sin and failing to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I could demonstrate that, if you would allow me.
No.
No. Fair enough. Well, then do you believe me?
No, I don't.
Well, then we're at a bit of an impasse. What am I supposed to... I guess I could show you in my palace, but I don't know that it would make you believe me anymore. I mean, after all, it's my head.
I'm not in the best mood ever since that happened, especially towards you. And
That's fair.
well, fine. You've caught me in a slightly better mood.
Ooh, that's good to know. So you want me to show you?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you do anything wrong, or something that could be dangerous, I won't hesitate to stab you in the throat.
Oh, I thought it would be shoot me in the face. I'm shocked they
I'm
don't
not
let you
allowed to
keep
have my
guns around.
gun.
Oh.
We can still go to the range if you want to get shot.
Duly noted. I did want to go somewhere with you, but I think I'll save that till after I prove my innocence.
Okay, well...
Could I step in?
No.
And could you step out into the hallway?
Yep.
Sounds good. He'll sit down along the side of the hallway and go to sleep, open the palace, and whenever Grace wants to enter, she can.
She enters.
All right.
He'll take you to the library and take you over, and he'll say, well, of course, this is what I meant when I said I maybe won't prove my innocence to you 100%, but you should be aware with how the palace ability works. I'm not obfuscating the information. If you ask it, you shall receive. So, go ahead and ask it. Do you think, or, am I currently able to draw on sin energy?
Yeah, the answer is no to all questions, and that is not something that you have to make an investigation check for. The answer, which comes to you, is no. You are not currently able to draw upon sin energy.
And that's objective truth right there. Hard to argue.
I guess so. And why is that?
Because I chose to forget it. It technically is something I could call on in emergency situations, but it would take some time and be a whole thing. And it's something best forgotten anyway. It's not like my powers are particularly useful in combat. I'm much better suited to assisting you all.
Fine. I believe you. But I'm not any less angry at you.
And that's fair. Well, hopefully I can start to rectify that now. He'll stand up. Are you satisfied with the information in here?
I guess I am.
He will then pop us out of the palace and say to Grace as they come to and he stands up, my first gesture of goodwill is I hope you received your gift.
Gift?
Have you not opened it?
No. I didn't want anything from you.
Again, fair. You should. I think you'll like it. I'll stay out here. You can go in.
Stay right there. Do you want me to open
Yes,
it in
ma'am.
front of you? Would that make you happy?
It just might.
He rolls her eyes and goes back in. And then she comes out with the box.
Is it a... Is... Hold on, let me DM you something just so we're on the
Yeah.
same page here, Nova.
Hold on. No. That it's the pew pew. That I'm about to do. That I'm about to do. That I'm about to do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You produce a relatively long and thin box with a very, very hefty weight to it. Carrying it out in front of Eden.
Come on, I want to see you open it. It's like Christmas.
She puts it on the ground and opens it up.
You open it up, and as you pop open the box, you see a very familiar-looking rifle model, extremely clean, with a matte black finish all over it, and specific what appear to be almost arcane markings along the barrel of the gun. There's some sort of runes that are etched into it, and just by first glance you can tell that these automatically enhance anything that is fired out of it with grace, so that no shot from this will be a mundane shot against a sin.
Oh, her scowl completely disappears and she's just kind of surprised.
Well,
You actually got me something good this time.
yeah, I got to have a lot more liberty with my gifts this time. They bring certain mechanical advantages for everyone. I was hoping you'd like it. I
What's
hope
the
it's,
catch?
The catch? Oh, it comes with a pretty big deal. You have to not shoot me in the face, unless I do something truly deserving of it. You have to protect and work with the cadre. Oh, and he rustles around inside of his coat pocket and produces a set of keys. And you have to go on a drive with me.
What?
A drive? Well, you'll be the one driving, not me.
Oh, I have to do this?
Yeah, it's in the deal. If you read those runes, it's fine print.
So... Okay, fine. Where to?
Well, he'll reach into his pant pocket and produce a phone and give a certain someone a call. And he'll say, hey, Kate, yeah, I know it's like, I know I said it was going to be 5 minutes after,
You
but
don't
like,
gotta call me, I'm right here. And you see
Oh!
standing behind you, Promptitude.
Ma'am!
Already standing in the hall behind you, tapping her foot quite rapidly.
oh,
Grace is
Kate,
stands up like straight at attention.
Kate, this is Grace.
She-
Grace, this is. Do you two know each other?
We met yesterday, I think.
Huh. Oh, well then you already know her deal, Grace. This is
You-
my fellow coworker and other active virtue, Promptitude.
She smiles and gives double peace signs.
So you are a virtue then.
Yeah. I told you.
By like technicality.
It's complicated. And I'll explain to you those complications. I need to explain to everyone those complications. But Kate, we have more pressing matters. Could you take us to that parking garage I told you about where CAIN keeps all their fancy cars?
Yeah. And she walks over to both of you, puts her hands on both of your shoulders and says, "Strap in." And in a moment, you guys vanish and then reappear on the 4th floor of a parking garage, seemingly somewhere in the middle of the city. Prompt puts her arms around both of you, leaning in and say, "Is there anything else that you guys need?"
Is there, Grace?
I'd like her to get her arm off of me.
Oh,
She slowly removes it and takes a deep breath and says, "All right. If there's anything else you guys need your personal chauffeur to do for you, then let me know."
virtues do make the best taxis.
Yeah, that's what we're meant for.
I'll see you around, Kate.
Bye-bye. And she's gone.
Oh, I was supposed to set up a day for us to go out too. Oh, whatever. I'll do it later. Anyway, Grace.
Wait, you didn't get permission for this?
Permission. It's a special case.
And I have to
Anyway.
do this for the gun, right?
Oh yeah, totally. Which one is yours? He's walking around looking at there's a couple of like rinky-dinky fucked up cars and then some like really nice cars that are clearly for higher level exorcists, and then he comes across one parked in the bike parking space that is what is Grace's favorite motorcycle? This was one of the things.
I was thinking through motorcycles the other day, but I never chose.
It's whatever Grace's favorite motorcycle is.
Exactly.
Sitting right there.
Okay. We'll think.
Oh. And
It'll
what's
happen later.
Grace's favorite color?
Oh, it's purple or black, whichever.
It is black with purple. What are the, I don't know, vehicles? Decals? Is that what they're called? I don't know,
Accents.
vehicles. Accents. There you go. It's matte black with purple accents. And he tosses you the keys. And he says, "You know any good, yeah, I'm feeling tea. Any good tea places around here? We're still in New York."
No. Every time I've been to New York, it hasn't been for the sightseeing.
That's fair. Well, then I guess we'll have a chance to drive around and find one. Find some little... Yeah?
As you're speaking, you catch out of the corner of your eye, someone is walking towards where you guys are right now. It looks from their direction that they're headed to the car right next to you. You
Oh, look. Who
turn
is it? Yeah.
and one moment.
The spindle.
Agent Spindle.
You see a woman, a very tall woman with long brown hair that kind of tumbles over her shoulders, and she's currently wearing sunglasses and a very thick black leather jacket. And she is walking to the car next to you, which is a not very nice, but a decent enough looking ride sedan. And she walks over to the car, kind of looks over to the two of you and says, "Nice bike."
Do I know her? By chance?
Not seen her before.
Marshall?
Huh. Thanks. It's not mine, it's hers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I don't think so.
Huh. Anyway, well, you have a great day.
You
Grace.
too. She goes and sits in her car.
Okay.
I'm suspicious, but yeah, we got other things to do. Let's. He'll wait till you get on and hop on the back.
So, do any helmets come with this bike?
Yes, there would be. There'd be one. Wait, no, there'd be two.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'd be two.
You set this up, yeah.
Yeah, there'd be two, for sure. Yes, there's a helmet for
Surprised
Grace.
you didn't forget this part.
Well, I know you're all about, doing things the right way, and figured safety first is your kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to
Yeah.
put yours on, though.
Yeah, that's fine. I like living life on the edge. Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's fine. An exorcist, I can take a car crash. It's okay.
He hops on.
Mhm.
He'll hop on as well. I'm not really. I don't think either of us are big on physical touch. I do have to hold on though.
You may.
All right, he'll hold on for when they head out. All right.
Alrighty,
Whenever you're
um,
ready.
yep.
So
I'll have to warn you. It's been like 4 or 5 years since I've ridden one of these.
oh, well, I'm sure it's there is a whole saying for these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Riding a bike, so I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Well then, let's take off.
All right.
Alrighty. You exit out of the parking garage, spinning down the floors, feeling extremely comfortable back in this seat, Grace. And where are you guys headed to?
Wherever Grace wants to go.
Mm-hmm. And that would
She
be
doesn't know where she wants to go. Probably to find somewhere to get tea.
Okay, very well. You eventually, after a fair amount of driving around, you find a nice little tea shop that you guys feel comfortable sitting down at.
What's your favorite kind of tea, Grace?
Chamomile.
Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, sure. I had recently an experience with Earl Grey, so I'll get some of that. He'll pull out cash card. Thank God for being, thank God for authority. He'll go and get them their tea, or at least order
Alrighty.
them their tea.
You walk up to the barista, who looks very
Familiar?
amused.
Say- Oh,
And she says,
Car got a second job.
"Hi, can I take your order?"
No.
No fucking way.
Is it actually? Is it actually?
Is it her?
You see a woman who looks kind of familiar to Kara from when you remember. It seems to be like there's a few key differences. Her hair's a little bit shorter. She has a few bit less piercings, but there's still just that same look that you remember from.
Is Kara's sister Laura? Is Kara's
You
sister
said that
Laura?
shit.
Okay, Nurse Joy.
Her
The
name
same
tag. Her name tag says Lara.
No!
Oh my god.
Nah, dog.
Woo, let's go!
This is so
No, but we
funny.
won! We won! She's
We
still
won.
alive!
We
Did
won.
you?
She went into witness
you-
protection. That's all. That's all that
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, yeah!
They rewired her brain. That's what happened.
Whose feet?
Do I? Kara?
You say that, and she kind of squints her eyes at you, looking at you, and says, "You know my sister?" Or...
Oh my god, it was your sister. Oh,
Oh no.
oh, maybe. I knew somebody that looked real similar to you, like uncannily. Anyway.
Yeah, she's dead.
What?
Oh, I'm so sorry
Oh
to
my
hear.
god, this has the same energy of you're cooking something. No, we're not. That's
No.
my father.
Oh, yeah. Cookie
Oh my
somebody
fucking
dead.
god.
No, it's my father.
Ostron.
Um,
Mm.
I am horribly sorry to hear about that. Can I get some teas? This is getting awkward. Can I?
Yeah.
I need one chamomile and one Earl Grey, please.
Yeah, that'll be
Need a calc. She needs a calc.
Yeah.
she's doing the
No.
math. 1376.
Sure thing. He'll swipe the card. Yeah. It'll take-
Coming right out. Can I get a name for your order?
Grace Harper. He looks back to Grace.
She
rolls her
sighs
eyes.
and says under her breath, "Sounded like a basic bitch I knew in high school."
Oh no.
Oh no, they're gonna fight! They're gonna fight!
Oh no! Did she hear that?
No, she says it very quietly. If Grace wants to
Okay.
attempt to pick it up, you can.
No, she doesn't care enough.
He's just like, oh. He'll walk back to the table. Wow, that's uncanny, scary even. Anyways, there were a couple of things I wanted to ask you, Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Starters are, how do you feel about the cadre right now? I imagine it's not too positive, but I'd like to get an idea.
Is that a trick question? You should know how I feel. I feel like any of you should know.
Mm-hmm. Well, perhaps I'm just ignorant. Enlighten me.
You get on my nerves.
Mm.
V3 especially. He's done nothing, but he's a liability to us. Invites catastrophe wherever we go. I don't like it. Hyperion is annoying, and he's just... I don't like the way he behaves or acts around sins. It's creepy.
It is a bit strange.
Isamu is a dickhead, stupid kid. I should be able to put up with it, right? I'm a lot older than he is, but... I tried to save his life. I was there for him, and he still treated me the way he did when you overflowed. And,
Mhm.
well... The kids are fine. And as for you... You scared me.
I am sorry, and I'll try not to do it again. Last thing I want is to scare any of you. Hardly my job here. And I get where you're coming from on all of them. You're right, V3 is a bit of a bonehead. Isamu's a dickhead, and Hyperion's just Hyperion. And Jake and Mia, as you said, they're fine. But Grace, you might be the most competent human being outside of the virtues that I know. And I think they could all benefit from your help in a constructive manner. Maybe Hyperion, not so much. But Isamu and V, and Jake and Mia, I think you might be able to help them out a bit. You have to remember, none of them are here by choice. You're not here by choice. They all were plucked from their lives just like you were, at some point or another. And people deal with that in different ways. And that's not to mention the things that came before they got plucked from said lives that could have been just as bad. You're the oldest here. That gives you a certain air of, not authority, but maturity, I think. Maybe they won't listen to you on that grounds alone, but you do have certainly more experience than they do, at least at living. You could help them, I think. Even if they don't necessarily think that they want it, they might appreciate it at some point.
I don't know how.
Well, for one thing, some things are simple, and it varies from person to person. Isamu, for example, an empathetic approach isn't really going to work. He takes more pragmatic, logical things to get through to him, I think. Despite how emotional he seems, I think it would take things that make sense to him. Someone like Jake or Mia, V3, on the other hand, it's going to be more what feels right. Hyperion's also likely more in the logical camp, but I'm getting the vibe he's somewhere in between. Maybe you're not the best at, empathizing with people you find to be incompetent or problematic, but I would ask that whenever V3 is doing something stupid or Isamu is being rude, that you do have that thought that they were taken from their lives. Isamu's a decade younger than you, and he was 14, 13 when CAIN got him? Killed his family. He killed his family. We've all got some dark past, but he's not going to initially treat you with any level of care if you don't do it first. Him especially. And to a lesser extent, V and Hyperion. Jake and me are fine. The pinnacle of angels. But the other three, I get it.
You sound like my therapist.
Do I? Well, I dabbled in, psychological studies here and there.
You went to school?
Yeah, it was a bit different than I think most people's are. But yeah, I did. It was pretty easy with the palace, all things considered. Information that gets stored up there is there forever, and I can check it whenever I want. It really wasn't a contest. But
So you cheated your way through?
Is it cheating if I know it all?
I guess you're right.
Wow. Wait. Huh. I can't believe... I didn't think those words would ever leave your mouth.
Shut up.
Yes, ma'am. So before I do... yes?
Nothing.
There is one other question that I wanted to have. It is ask. It is related. I need your help.
You need my help.
I do. I'm rather weak. Despite the virtue status, mine certainly isn't based on my strength or capabilities, at least not in a raw combat sort of way. I want to pull this group together, and while I'm decent at talking to people, I think I need help, particularly out in the field, someone to make a snap-second combat decision, somebody with combat experience, at least this type of combat experience. Hyperion's someone I certainly considered as a candidate, and I would definitely want him as an advisor, but I feel like you would make the best candidate.
She looks down.
Uh,
I.
Mm.
What would this entail?
Well, sort of like when we were fighting the Sen, the Lord, and just outside of his palace. There was a lot going on. Isamu was on fire, everyone was getting hurt. Well, not you, of course, you were fine. You were doing great. But the Lord was seemingly ready to prepare some big attack, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a right call to make, so I ended up using an ability that I can't use that often. Powerful ability, but one that would have been better saved for that last fight. Could you... If I ever fail to make a split-second decision when it's necessary, do you think that you could make it for me? If that situation ever arises and I'm not able to plan, I trust your judgment more than most. You and Hyperions, anyway.
She looks away from your gaze and thinks for a moment. Okay, sure. I'll help you.
Whew. Lovely. Oh. And, well, yeah, that's all that stuff out of the way. Now...
But
Oh.
you have to help me too.
With?
I want you to help me get along with others.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I think I could do that. Do you have one in mind in particular? At least to start with.
No, listen, I'm really bad at people. And you're really good with them. And I see that you do that, and I feel like it's a skill that I should have... You can teach me. I think. Maybe.
Yeah, I think I can. I can at least try, if nothing else. Yeah, that's actually good. I mean, these plans can sort of coincide. It'll help the cadre if we all have a better connection to each other. And yeah, along with Hyperion and Isamu, you're one of the more standoffish members. So, fixing that would fix at least a third of the problem.
I like
so
that.
yeah. Yeah, we'll start with... Actually, I got just the thing. On the 29th, I need you and the rest of the cadre to show up to Willow's Woad. I have a little team-building exercise planned. I think you'll enjoy it.
I don't know if I want to attend something like that.
Oh?
I figure if I meet up with the rest of the team, especially now, things just wouldn't go well.
And why is that?
Because they all hate me.
I don't think that that's true, Grace. Isamu's a dickhead to pretty much everyone, so he doesn't count. And Hyperion, well, might see you as something of an obstacle if he thinks that you're, how do I say this? Die hard on the traditional rules of CAIN. He might see you as something in the way. But I don't think you are that, are you?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, when Hyperion binds sins, his creepiness aside, you don't get some sort of dogmatic anger at the action, do you? You don't really care for the purpose or the point of it. It's just him that's more of a concerning thing, right?
Yep.
Well, that's something that we can work around. He really, I don't think, is that bad of a guy. I've spoken to him a couple of times, and he's definitely quiet, reserved, has his creepy side when it comes to sins and power and a weird megalomania. But I think those are all symptoms of what's ultimately victimhood, like I think most people's problems are. And we can work around that, both you and him. Like I said, Isamu was a dickhead. Jake and Mia, maybe you scared him a little bit, but they definitely don't hate you. V is strange with that, but I think for whatever misgivings he has for you, if you make a genuine effort to try to forgive him for anything he's done and explain in a constructive way that he messes up sometimes and that you would like him to not do that, he might also offer the olive branch, try to make things better.
Of all of the people in this cadre, I don't think I want to get along with him at all.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Because he sucks.
Sorry. And why is that? Or what are your reasonings for that?
He's creepy, he's a liability, and he's just stupid.
I shouldn't agree or disagree on any of those. I would like to know your reasoning.
He's liability. Remember, we've had so many times during our missions where he's broken down or done something stupid that might get us hurt or even killed, and he doesn't seem to care at all. In fact, he keeps doing it. And the first time we met, he tried to touch me.
Yeah, I did try to tell him not to do that. I don't think... Not gonna bother to even try to defend that. For what it's worth, I don't think it was out of any normal creepiness, to the extent that there is normal weirdness and creepiness. He's got some sort of thing with heartbeats and rhythms and sounds, and again, not an excuse, but certainly an explanation. It certainly wasn't anything deviant. He's just kind of strange. His
Most
incompetence...
deviants are.
That's true. His incompetence, I mean, I think he's just new to it all. His powers, CAIN, everything. Him using the saber to sort of curb his landing is an example of that, instead of just using a parachute. Wasting a valuable resource at the beginning of the mission. But, again, these are things that can be taught out. His initial strangeness and deviance, I guess we'll just have to see. Personally, I don't think it's there, but I'm not going to pretend to know him, so... If he is, for what it's worth, I fully support you not interacting with him.
We'll see.
Well, at the very least, I think trying to get closer to Jake and Mia might be good. They seem like a good start. They're pretty easygoing, kind people.
That's
The
true.
best of us.
The best of us. I
Yeah,
guess.
sorry.
Yeah, we can start with them. I do feel a little bit bad about scaring.
And you can try to amend that. You're not so scary when you don't want to be. So, just talk to
Whatever.
him. But if you don't talk to them beforehand, I would like you to, but if you don't talk to them beforehand, could you still please show up for the 29th? There's this whole thing. It's for Jake is a big thing. It's for Jake. And you might also get a chance to get a little closer to Hyperion. I think you guys would be great friends if you just talked. Maybe not. Maybe that'd be terrible. 50-50 shot.
Okay. Buy me another tea and I'll go.
You're the best. Okay, I'll get you another tea. Same type.
She slightly smirks when you said that.
Oh. Last thing before we drink our tea and get out of here. What do you want out of being in CAIN? I mean, like, the end goal. Let's say everything goes well, no one dies, we all hit category 5, you're a black coat now. What's next? Retirement? Try to advance the ranks? What's in store for Grace Harper?
Retire, I guess. I don't like being in CAIN. I did it for money at first. Then that went out the window. Now I just want to leave.
Oh. Hmm.
It
Went
was a
out the
stupid reason
window.
anyway.
I don't think so. I mean, what is money but resources at the end of the day? Everyone needs it. The world is rather uncaring when it comes to that, and you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't think it's a stupid reason at all.
But when what you have to do is not good, the money starts seeming less and less enticing.
Hmm. I can imagine.
And now, well, for the past couple of years, I've had to do all of it without any money. Didn't even get that.
When did they switch you over? If you've been working with CAIN from a contract killer to contracted killer.
About 5 years ago at this point? 4. When I was 21. I went from doing my job to get paid to doing it for free.
Hmm. I have heard about some of these debt traps that they put people in. But,
That's the thing, it wasn't a debt trap.
oh. What happened?
I made decisions.
Such as? I'm sorry if I'm overstepping. You don't have to talk about this at all. I understand. Just my curiosity getting the better of me, I guess. And maybe concern.
Think it'd help if I told you?
It might.
Fine. I was originally going to join the army. You see, when I was in school, I'd get along with anyone, but I did my best to get through. At a certain point, I got hobbies and thought I knew where I wanted my life to go. Problem was, I didn't really have the money to do it. So I thought joining the military would give me that opportunity. And it might have. I went through basic training, did all my things, and I was ready to get shipped off to Iraq. But on my way there, I got stopped. You see, I was really good at everything they taught me, shooting in particular. So, someone from CAIN approached me. They told me that not only could I go to school for free and get everything I needed, I could also make a lot of money working for them. Really vague about what I was supposed to be doing. Military stuff, they told me. They said they were part of the government, and that it was essentially a promotion. And I wanted that. I wanted to have I wanted to be rich, and I didn't want to be the way I was anymore. I felt I didn't have anything at home, so I took up the offer. I went through more training. I learned about CAIN, and they put me under oath. Then I got to killing. I'd been doing it for a couple of years. It doesn't feel good, killing people. I don't know if you've ever done it before, but it feels that most people don't like doing it, and I'm no exception. But I was under oath and the money was good. So I kept going. And I dug myself into this hole.
And your psychic powers, when did they awaken? Were they having you kill people before you'd shown any signs of psychic capabilities?
Yep, that's why I was getting paid. I had a pretty good life, I think. It was just me, but I was content. Then I got my powers, and suddenly I wasn't a human being anymore. The way I
Oh.
got them, I'm not really sure. I was on a mission. Things went dark, and I woke up with powers.
He frowns slightly at that, or more of a scowl. It's very slight. He's just concerned and concentrated. Do you know where that mission was? I could look into things if you're curious.
I lost that curiosity a long time ago. I just want this to end, to retire. But if you need to know, it was in Chicago.
When?
I don't remember.
Roughly, year.
2009, was it?
2008.
2008.
You
The year is born.
When did Mia do the thing?
2008 in Chicago.
His frown.
And with your specific research that you would have done in it, you remember that it was in fact same day, same month for both events.
Oh shit. Who are you contracted to kill, if I could ask?
They don't ever tell me who it is. They give me a picture, then say I'm supposed to shoot him. It's a
Are you
particularly
wrong?
big operation. Some rogue at it. They sent in a couple of untouchables plus an exorcist, but they needed backup. So, I was there.
A rogue edit. Man or woman? It wouldn't matter, they're an edit.
Man.
Hmm. Oh, what? Could it? Oh, okay. I see. Well, I suppose saying I'm sorry is rather pointless, but for what it's worth, I am sorry that you
Like
had
I
to.
said, I don't really care anymore. I just want to retire now.
Right. No lies in that, right?
Nope.
She
Not
doesn't
as
care
far as
anymore.
I'm aware.
Well,
Yep. Hmm.
maybe not
when
to
she
her
said she doesn't
right
care.
now.
Okay.
But
That's
you could get
understandable
the
then.
sense that she's lying about that deep inside.
Hmm. That's understandable. Well, then I'll try to do everything in my power to make sure that whenever we get our fancy black coats, then you're able to head home. You said you were by yourself. Is there anyone waiting for you? Parents? Friends?
Her face relaxes and she looks down, kinda sad. No one.
I see. Well, if it isn't, I suppose, too much to ask, maybe if we are still on such lovely terms, when the time has come for you to retire, maybe I could come visit sometimes?
Her eyes widen
For
at
money?
that.
You know?
Sure. We'll see.
Yeah. Gotta make sure my old friend's doing all right. It's a deal then.
She looks
You'll
away
get
at that.
Well, I was going to. Never mind. It's more of a bothersome thing, I think. I want you to get out too. And I'd like
Well-
to see you out and about.
If we're here, tell me what you need to. We are working together now, aren't we?
Yeah. It's nothing, and it's more of a pipe dream than anything. The
Aren't
silver
those
in
the
his.
best kind?
silver in his eyes drops, revealing dull blue light from them. And those blue orbs look at you. Yeah, I guess they are. I have some plans. CAIN is, I'm sure you know, a pretty barbaric organization. Downright draconian. But there's certainly some good infrastructure. I won't even say good things about it, but good groundwork. I'm already a virtue, and I have the glorious status of being active, so I'm not up in some space station somewhere frozen. Instead, I'm here, doing things, and I hope one day, maybe somehow, some way, I could maybe make it onto the council. Try to change things. A classic fix it from within sort of story. And I imagine there will be a lot of structural reorganization that'll need to be done, including the head of castle. Had a thought, just a passing idea that you would have fit the role perfectly. But I'd much rather you be out and free than still chained up here.
Well, there's no way to truly be out and free with CAIN. They don't ever let you really go. Maybe. But if you think you can change things about the way this organization operates, stop them from killing more kids, sure. I'll do what I can to help, too.
That's the plan. And thank you. Yeah, I had this whole vision. You at the head of castle, Hyperion, and Temerity, whole thing. Doubt it'll happen.
A castle?
No, I mean like the organization castle, or the compartment of...
Oh.
Grace, you get a bit of a headache.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
You alright?
It's fine. I just have been getting migraines lately.
It's not uncommon, I suppose, for exorcists that have been going through things like what you've been through to feel such things residually. Any nightmares?
No.
Well, that's a dirty lie. He's not going to comment on it, but he has the information. I see. That's good then. If you were having nightmares, that'd be a troubling sign, I think.
Would it?
Possibly.
Why?
Depend on the nature of the nightmare, I suppose. But particularly with the two types of sins that we fought, having nightmares residually, it's worrying. Particularly for a lord or an idol.
Well, my brain's a steel trap, so you don't have to worry about me.
That's good. Glad I can count on you. Hey, where's our tea?
Alrighty, and yeah, as you go get that second cup of tea and begin to wrap up that conversation, Lara tells you that it will be 7:28 and to watch out for the rest of her 7 sisters. And
What?
Oh my god!
Can't wait.
eventually, Romp comes back, picks you guys up after you drive back to the
Is that Tiamat in this
And then,
world? Is just the auras?
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, Prompt brings you back to the black site. Moving away, we cut over to the Woad, where currently V has just brought Isamu to, as the two or as V approached Isamu wanting to have a conversation with him as you guys arrive in the shop. the two of you can discuss.
So, I probably should explain this better. Before he went to go get Isamu, V was in his room for a while. After getting his mask. One moment, let me pull something up. I'm just going to describe all this. V is, for the first time, buried in plenty of books about CAIN vocabulary, knowledge, and general history. Since he has shown up, he hasn't thought about much of what's been happening at all. But finally, after what Eden had explained to him, he got some answers to the crazy shit that's going on, and it put a fire under his ass to get to the bottom of this glorified prison, and at least some more knowledge than he had right now. The way he got here, child soldiers and the lack of info actually given to him, the fact he had to essentially do homework to find some of this stuff out is flat out insane, and he starts to think more about what's really going on here. On paper, CAIN is noble, wiping away the stain and all that. But this meat grinder's gears thrive off of being dirty. Authority is above it all, Seer has answers to everything, and what is essentially a scorched earth plan. Temerity is a void of nuts and bolts, and there's some eldritch nonsense. And Castle are the wires in between. V wonders, what can he even do about all of this? And he falls to the ground. It feels hopeless. A mountain of technical nonsense and in-betweens he doesn't get. It makes a man want to burn it all down. V is reminded of a tragic view of the New York skyline. The fire he felt in that moment. He can't give in. V bounces back up, pacing back and forth, thinking who to go to try to figure out more of this, to maybe get a way out of all of this, to stop CAIN, maybe. And he considers everyone. Eden, for as much as he loves him and is wildly intrigued by what is there are too many variables to deal with. Same goes for Hyperion. He just doesn't know enough. There might be something there, but again, he doesn't know enough. Mia and Jake are essentially kids, not incompetent, but still he doesn't know if they are reliable enough. Plus, he doesn't want to bother people like him with all of this. And for as competent as she might be, Grace probably won't care to oppose authority. What is he even... The word burn is at the forefront of V's mind. Half of his goal and the motive of one other poor bastard with us. An image of fire that could burn the sky. Ambition that reaches beyond these walls. And a seemingly never-ending supply of cigarettes. Isamu Yamamoto. Where is he? V walks out searching for Isamu. And he sits down in the wood with Isamu.
What did you want, Tech Face?
Hey, actually, do you know if there's anywhere more secretive around here, Isamu?
No. We are in a CAIN black site. We're being monitored 24/7. Do you need Eden to take you to a palace or something?
No, I mean, it would be helpful, but I don't want Eden to know about all this. Again, there's too much to worry about. Look, since we've had all this downtime, I've started to read a bit more about CAIN, and I think more about the hunts and what was actually there under the service of the two that we've gone on. From what I've seen here, the sins we kill, while they are beasts, they're caused by something, oh, so human. I mean, why else would trauma questions exist? Why else would we go on these wild goose chases trying to figure out the structure of the place we are in, figuratively and literally? I mean, I don't know your past, you don't know mine, but there is no way you, I, Eden, Hyperion, Mia, Grace, Jake, or anyone ended up like this unless something went horribly wrong in our lives. He slams on the table. And CAIN profits off of that. I am literally tied to an organization that is profiting off of the idea of our suffering and the trauma of hundreds. I always heard jokes or listened to songs riffing about the concept of a shadow government, but there literally is one that if I don't work for, I am going to be killed. And I don't want to be a part of this. And I don't want to be part of that. Sure.
I do.
Well, let me get to that. Sure, it could change. But this company is too deep into the twilight This company is too deep into the twilight to remember the sun. Sorry, this is a lot to take in. Which is why I'm here, Samu Yamamoto.
Now, tell me, do you think you're
How-
unique in that ideal? In
Oh,
any
no,
way,
I-
shape, or form?
That's why I'm talking to you, Isamu. How could I help you? And I don't mean making you act less or reforming you or any of that garbage. I mean, how can I help you get what you want on a grand level? What is the
can't.
world? What is the world to come, my fellow EXO?
Listen, you can't help me at all. That's like an ant asking a dog how it can get a bone. You, frankly, are so insignificant in the scheme of anything outside of go here, kill this thing, and do what CAIN tells you, that really it might be better if you just stop talking about this entirely.
And why are you more?
Why am I not?
Isamu, entertain me, please.
Give me the best rundown you can of your genuine psyche. What you feel is you.
Well, I do think I'm a pretty, outside of my nonsense and what's been going on ever since I got here, a decently normal person. I mean, I've had a messed up home life, and I kind of just couch surfed for a bit. But I mean, I make art, I make music, I enjoy living, I enjoy art, and I want to be free more than anything. It's simple, but if there's any way I can get out of this and help others, I want to, Isamu.
Really? That's it? That's all you got for me?
I'm more interested in what you have
Nah.
to say more than anything.
Oh, I don't have to think anything. I can show you. And he puts a hand on your chest. I didn't think this was how it was. I didn't think this was how it was gonna show up. Is it? Yeah, it's the thing. You see hair creep up Isamu's wrist to the tips of his fingers, almost encasing his palm, but stopping there, as crimson red light encases his hand. And quick reference for his hand. And Natan, could you ask the question I asked you?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh,
Let
wow.
me see here. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but V,
Mhm.
what is the worst possible interpretation that you have of yourself visually?
Alive.
In that case, Isamu, you are surprised as nothing changes on V, as he already views himself as the worst possible manifestation of himself.
Odd. Not really supposed to do that.
It's fine.
The flame recedes in his hand and turns to normal. Ah, shit, I wasted a psych burst on that.
We're gonna sleep anyways, you'll get it back.
Yeah, still annoying.
Yeah. Look.
But
Okay,
I
you
believe
go.
what I found gives me an answer all too fulfilling. It's simply a question of your personality. You hate yourself, or at least I can only be led to believe that. You don't think there's anything redeeming about you. That's why you're not going to get anything done. You don't even have the drive to do the basic shit you need to. by all intents and purposes, you're worthless completely.
I'm willing to try.
You're just gonna get killed.
Bring,
And
ding,
that's
ding. The door or the bell on the door jingles as Hyperion steps through.
What's up, middle part?
Hey, what's going on?
He looks at you both, and how loud were you guys talking?
I'd say like
Normal conversational level.
We're having a normal conversation.
Hmm.
Well, I came here just in case Eden had asked of anything of us today. What are you both doing here?
Just chatting.
Figured some stuff out.
Like what?
I look at Isamu for him to answer.
Not much really, just basic pre-mission shit. You know, we're both Ardences. It's kind of good to meet and see what we've
That's a
learned.
lie.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
obvious lie is obvious.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're very aware.
His it was just like an instinctive jerk as the knowledge that this is a lie like penetrates through his brain. If you're gonna lie, come up with something better than that.
CV, this is why we wait till we're on the field to discuss traitorous shit.
I'm not planning on. Never mind.
Traitors.
Well, I guess. Yeah, it's easier to explain if we wait. Need Eden to get here so we can mingle without getting heard.
If you want a place where no one can hear you, I can provide.
What, you use some script to get a little cubby hole in your room or some shit?
That'd be cute.
Why don't you close your eyes?
No. How about that?
Isamu, I have more I want to talk about. Can you just
Yeah,
go on this for a moment?
okay. You first, middle part. Don't like having my eyes closed around other people, or
Fair enough.
not being close to them at all.
I was going to invite you into my library.
So cocks an eyebrow. What, the one that Split Die has? Found a way in? Or?
No, I made my own.
Oh. Wait, like new Synseed or?
As far as I know, no.
Oh shit! You did what I did. Nice. Sure, yeah, whatever.
Mimic technique to mimic technique nod.
Sure. We can go to your palace. Is it just one room? Is that all?
I wasn't able to mimic the entire thing. That would take quite a bit. But if you want seclusion, you'll get seclusion.
Fine, whatever. Still, you first.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hyperion closes his eyes and opens the library to you both.
Alrighty. And if you choose to enter, you find yourself in a platform containing Ouroboros.
Is it literally? I forget the actual description. Is it literally just that? No other.
So it's a massive.
So like if you remember the scene in Incredibles where Mr. Incredible is going up to a giant screen, it's literally that. Like it's
Oh.
Yeah,
it's
there's
that
a
kind of
big
setup.
hallway and then a platform over a void beneath it, and then a massive computer at the front of it, and then a gigantic screen on the back wall.
Not really one for aesthetics, are you?
I always have been one for functionality, yes.
I think it's nice,
Can't
Hyperion.
lie. I fuck with it. Anyway,
Isamu.
V, do you want to repeat what you were saying? Kind of. I
Look,
can't say it without laughing.
All right, fair enough. I guess since we're already here, I'll just say it to you too, then, Hyperion. in general, CAIN is, as I'm assuming you understand deeply at this point, a shadow government that is controlling all of us and works off of all of us, and for a lot of the world, feeling and being like shit. So I have been trying to talk to Isamu about trying to find some way for us to get out of it, potentially by destroying CAIN.
Destroying CAIN. He's sitting in the swivel chair that is present in this space. What good would that do?
Well, I don't think it would make the world perfect or immediately, or even at all for that matter. But I do think that in some way changing CAIN, which the problem is that changing CAIN is such a dumb idea. It's something that inherently works off of our suffering. So I think the best way we can deal with it is by destroying it as a whole. To maybe, I think that it is holding up aspects of society that are leading to people being in horrible scenarios, which then leads to sins happening, which then leads to exorcists having to go after them, and then so on and so forth. This is a loop.
Yeah, I figured that out months ago, honestly.
And still, this is my first time being here, understanding anything about this. I'm still relatively new. Honestly, I hadn't thought to go into it until recently. And actually think into this stuff until recently.
Well, I didn't take you for having a deductive mind, V3, but I stand corrected.
Yeah. And
Eh,
I do have ambition beyond this. I don't just want to see everything burn. I do believe that there is a better world after this.
I forget. What's the word in English? It's like you do the most basic amount of research about something, like skimming, and then whenever you actually try to present it, it just sounds. What's the word?
Dilettante?
No. Fuck it. I guess that works. It's escaping my mind right now.
Mile wide, inch deep.
It's.
I don't know.
Frugal?
I get what you're trying to say, Isamu.
It's not even like me dragging it out as a joke at this point. I genuinely just can't remember. But
That's fair.
No, it's something that almost every exorcist has come to realize at a certain point. CAIN is a perpetual motion machine of exorcists are born, kidnapped, enslaved, they die, new sins are made, new exorcists are made. It's not really groundbreaking stuff. It's not like I can't think of a philosopher to make a joke, but Nietzsche. Do people like Nietzsche?
Isamu. To be honest with you, I said all this to you less so because I thought it was new information, and more so just because I wanted someone to talk to about it. And I see something in you.
At this, Hyperion leans forward a bit. And what exactly did you see in Isamu V3? I'm curious.
Fire. I mean, you saw that too. I mean, we all did.
Yeah, I'm kind of awesome.
It looked cool, but still, I think there's something more there.
Oh, there definitely is. It's not anything to speculate about. Though, you, like I said, can't really do much. You just don't have the will. Even if you have ambition, that doesn't mean anything. You can want to make it to the moon, but if you're not going to go through NASA, you're not going to do anything about it. And that's where you sit. You sit right in the middle between ideal and action. Lean in more towards ideal.
You know, for someone who wants the world to change, I think it's a little arrogant of you to act like people can't.
Oh no, I'm not saying people can't. I'm saying you can't. Hyperion could. I could. Eden could. You can't.
What makes you... Never mind. I can. It doesn't really matter if you don't think I can. I'm going to do that for myself anyways. I'm merely asking you for some form of assistance in that.
He looks to Hyperion as like are you seeing this?
He's looking too, and he's looking also at you, Isamu. You know, I wanted to actually speak to you, Isamu, because I was a bit curious about the entity that you manifested in the previous mission.
Oh, yeah.
Same.
Yamato no Orochi is what I believe it's called. Pretty sure. It apparently was some kind of gift from my grandpa, though I never knew the bastard before he was pushing up daisies. Can only assume he was just as fucked up as me, though.
Yamato no Orochi. That's... Yet more mythological things come real every day. Goodness. Well,
Yeah.
does it want something of you?
Wait, what do you mean by that in terms of Hyperion? More mythological stuff comes real every day. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I mean... Why don't you take a closer look into Eden?
Yeah, what's up with him? There was that whole, like, court thing he did, and, like, the weird freak out he had that didn't do anything. Like, I haven't really spoken to him outside of the, like, wanting to do a training thing, but motherfucker seems weird. Like, really weird.
Well...
Anyway, yeah. No, it doesn't seem to want anything of me. It actually seems to want the opposite. It seems to want what I want.
And what is that?
And yes, what do you want? That was my question as well.
As I've asked 3 times, Isamu.
How much do you guys know about the... What was it? It's like something of worms. Forgetting the word. I'm doing that a lot today.
The edict?
Yeah, something like that. Where it pretty much declared all of us to not be human and all that jazz.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about
Oh,
it a
it's
lot
the
recently.
Council
Council of Worms, that's right. I've been thinking about that a lot recently. Like, what does make us different from humans, and what makes exorcists their own species, pretty much? It got me thinking about that and nature, just the cycle of things. There were dinosaurs, meteor hit, now they're gone. There were those megafauna, environment changes, now they're dead. Ice Age turns to beautiful grass, and all of the mammoths die. I guess we hunted them, something like that. I'm just thinking, and every couple 100,000 years or so, something new comes along, and then the thing that's weaker than it has no choice but to die out, simply because it's not the top dog anymore. It doesn't have access. Covenant of Worms, that's what it is. Doesn't have access to the resources it needs. Though none of them has been intelligent as humans. They've all been basic little things that can't do anything aside from be overcome by brute force. But now there's apes with pointy sticks turned to apes with shooting pointy metal objects. Guns, that's the word. And it's honestly quite annoying because we aren't human. That much is true. We are what's supposed to come after. We are the next. They found a way to put us under them, just make us subservient, because there's still not as many of us as there is them, and they keep that number consistent by killing anyone who develops a sin seed that isn't a blasphemy, and kidnapping those who develop blasphemies and make them subservient.
I never thought about it that way.
It's a very interesting way of looking at it. And I can't say I disagree.
I can't say I think the same, but I get where you're coming from.
There's nothing to disagree with. It's just nature. It's just how the world flows. It's like denying that the sky is blue or that the moon controls the tides. There's nothing to deny, to rebuttal. It's just fact. It's just objective. What I want is I want a genuine change in the cycle.
I'm curious.
No
What
more
does
pain.
the objective truth meter in my head think of everything that Isamu was saying?
Does Isamu inherently believe all that he is saying right now?
Well, I'm sure
Oh, yes,
he does.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I doubt. Yeah.
Then yes, you would get the sense that Isamu fully believes. Oh, you're saying in regards to that.
Yeah, because
like,
theoretically the
that
thing
this
can
is
sense objective
fact.
truth. Yeah.
Yes, theoretically, that is a little bit difficult to tell. Such a bold statement sweeps away the minutia that is often tagged along with situations like this.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of an eye twitch, but he suppresses it.
I'm a little frustrated
What I
too,
want
but just
is a
listen.
genuine change in the status quo. We've let something much weaker than us and much, much dumber than us push us around for literally centuries. And we've just accepted it. Sure, they even employ the worst tactics. I couldn't care less about what happens, but they take them while they're young, while they're still malleable, beat the will out of them, and then they're the perfect soldiers. And they die before they get thoughts of any amount of revolution or change that it could possibly bring. It's so frustrating.
So, I assume you want to bring about the end of the humans then?
No, maybe not the end. It's still a interesting subject. If a apex predator kills all that's below them, it simply just fucks up the way of nature. No, I think we should be where the humans currently are. Think about it, genuinely. What in every single situation of the hunts we've been in, what has been the cause of the emotional overload that has genuinely affected those with grace and made them cause a sin event? With the one CEO lady, it was the shame that humans had brought against her, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Been a
Yeah.
shame and
you'll see Hyperion
despair.
now has a smile on his face as you're saying all this. Not a devious smile as much, but he's smiling. He likes what he's hearing.
Yeah. Shame has brought about hate for those people makes hounds. Hate for the world makes centipedes. Greed of what you've been deprived brings toads, and the lack of don't know exactly what makes a lord, but most
Lack of
lords,
control
from what I've seen,
over the world around.
lack of control, loss of something you love. Tell me, how many lords do you think have been made by people who got cancer or some form of deadly disease that died in a hospital bed because insurance companies run by humans didn't think to give them the little extra cash they needed? Or how many hounds do you think had a loved one murdered by a human, which sent them into their rage? How many centipedes do you think were made misanthropes and entirely secluded because of the treatment of humans?
I could think of at least
How
one.
many? Yeah.
Isamu, do you think that the cause for all of this is inherently within humans, and that if hypothetically what you're saying were to happen, where there would be no humans and only people like us, would that really
No,
go
but
away?
didn't you hear him, V3? He doesn't want all the humans to die, but they're better off as servants, cattle.
I wouldn't go that far, but I think humans and exorcists might be able to coexist. I doubt it, but because we naturally kill them, the sins we produce kill them. But if there was a possibility, I know it'd be easier to buy people over if it wasn't an outright slaughter. But still, if that were to happen, the power would need to shift heavily. CAIN makes us subservient and makes us hunt our own people. And most of the time, they're not lucky enough to keep living in subservience like we are. Hell, they'll even kill their own. Remember that chick that flirted with Eden? She's 6 feet under. We all heard it. So is the CEO lady we met. So is whatever made that Lord sin. They don't care about us, and I know that sounds obvious, but it just innately, we need to do something about it. First off, CAIN needs to be dissolved completely, and all of authority needs to be taken out. Even the exorcists that are under the main four. They're traitors to their race. And humanity needs to immediately, maybe not put us above them, but we need representation in every major government in the world.
No taxation and all that.
Well,
I'm sorry, I was
not having to
trying
pay taxes would be nice.
Yeah.
But they, by whatever means, try to control us, try to put us down. And then whenever one of us goes crazy by the issues they caused, they make it seem like we're the bad guys, even though they don't even have empathy for their own. They make it seem like we're the problem, even though no care was taken to help us.
I just think it's important that we don't generalize. I don't think every human's a bad person, but I mean, that's what you said already. I'm just trying to keep that up here.
Probably not.
No.
But what does it matter? It doesn't matter how kind they are.
They're a detestable,
We kill
worthless
them.
mass, the lot of them. But
That's the centipede talking. But seriously, it's not that I think they're good or bad. If you want to talk about bad people, I'm fucking patient zero. No, it's that just naturally, if we exist, they will fear us. And if they fear us, they'll put us down. That's just how they work. Look at any major historical event. Look at any major historical issue. Fear is at the main center of it. Or at least is used to make it worse. If we had their numbers, if we had billions of exorcists, sure, I would entertain the idea of there not being a disparity. But to do that, you'd have to either A, allow more exorcists to thrive, which look at CAIN and they don't want that, or you'd have to cut the number of humans down. And the amount of people that would find that inhumane and push against the cause is way too many than I want to deal with.
Can I ask something of you two?
you see that Hyperion's smile has been sort of fading. But he says, go ahead, V3, what is it?
Have either of you two ever considered the idea of reforming? I mean, as in...
No.
No.
Really?
Absolutely not. You can't reform a house fire.
Well...
First of all, reforming who? Ourselves? That's...
No, I don't mean us. No, God,
then,
no. I
then
mean...
who? All of humanity? You expected them
Well-
to listen?
Well, maybe... I still think it's worth a shot. An honest one at that.
No.
I do see where both you guys are coming from, but I can't say I entirely agree with everything you guys are saying. I don't think it's okay for us to... I don't think humans are a stain inherently. I think that there's still something to care about.
Isamu lets out a sigh. V, what I'm gonna do next, I don't want you to react to immediately. I want you to think it through and try to find some way to make me not. He steps up to V3, reaches into the back of his coat, and puts a pistol to his jaw.
Mm-hmm. My jaw, you mean?
Yes, your jaw, yes.
Okay.
I am intent on killing you. I don't feel empathy for you, and there's no way you can talk me out of it. Outside of pushing me away, you're not going to be saved. If I pull this trigger right now, you're dead. But someone at your side is constantly badgering you, telling you to just try and talk it out.
Well, this is a different type of scenario, Isamu.
No,
if someone has
it's
a
not.
gun to my jaw,
Yes, but it is not literally we all have a gun to our head. But innately, by existing, humans want us dead. Because we make things that kill them. They don't care if we exist, because it persists their own for us to not. They don't care. So yeah, you can try and reform it. You can try. But whenever some young boy in school who's just too overwhelmed with the loss of his grandfather loses it, makes a hound, kills the entire school, all that's going to happen is they're going to want us dead. Sure, sins don't like us much either, but we can teach them to control it. CAIN doesn't even give them the chance.
my issue here is more CAIN, I think, and on a greater level, I think potentially a lack of understanding.
CAIN is just a microcosm of what humans believe. They don't understand us, so they beat us down until they can force us to be something they understand. Until
But
we
again,
fit
I
into the
don't
mold
think
of what they think should be true.
But again, I don't think the answer for that is inherently killing a large amount of them.
Isamu puts the gun away and sighs. This is what I mean when I say you can't do anything. You don't have the metal for it.
Why
All
do you
you're
think that
doing-
inherently the answer for change is... okay, no, you've explained that well enough. What am I saying? I'm saying... Look.
This isn't an issue between humans. It's like trying to negotiate with a pack of wolves outside your village that want you dead. There's nothing there to negotiate. We kill them, and they fear us. That's how nature works. You can't get past that unless you try and change how we exist for them. And why is that our responsibility?
Well, you could domesticate them. That's what they did.
They've domesticated themselves a long time ago. The issue is that they domesticated themselves for themselves. All we need to do is take world leader positions, and hey, we already did it. God knows it shouldn't be that easy, but sometimes it is.
Look, I think I need to maybe talk this through with myself a bit more and consider some more things before I come to a real conclusion. But at the very least, I'm happy I was able to see your guys' perspectives on this. Even if I don't entirely agree with them.
That's whatever.
I appreciate it.
I still think you're dreaming a bit too small.
Hyperion.
Yeah, it's...
Since we've joined, I haven't really had the chance to talk to you about all this stuff, but... well, I mean, if we look at all this here, my hope is that maybe we don't have to kill a large swath of humans more so we can reform them and try to make a better world from there. Isamu wants to kill a large swath of them and slowly bring in exos as something that's just the next step in the cycle here. But with you, why do you want to enslave them?
Free labor is nice. I can see why.
Have neither of you ever taken a history class?
Yeah, those were humans dealing with humans. If I wanted to, if I really, really wanted to, I could go burn down a block in Manhattan right now. They, just simply the people in there, couldn't stop me. Who would CAIN send to stop me if I did that? That's not rhetorical. Genuinely answer. Who do you think CAIN would send to stop me if I did that?
Probably someone I've never met.
No. An
exo.
exorcist.
That's his point.
They wouldn't send a group of untouchables to take me out. I'd kill them all in an instant. They'd send exorcists. They'd need exorcists. They need us. We don't need them. If they till our fields, if they clean our drains, if they do all the tedious shit we don't, I can see why that would be enticing. I just feel like it would be a headache and a little hypocritical, though. I don't really care much.
Well, then rather it being a thing of... Wait, sorry, Hyperion, may I? Before you go on.
Well, I never did get a chance to answer your question, but go ahead.
My bad, my bad. Look, I mean, Isamu, from what you just said, I mean... Well... Actually, it's probably a better question to answer after what Hyperion, you go, my bad. There's a lot going on.
Very well. Well, the reason I want them enslaved, I don't want to kill them all, is because if they're dead, they can't suffer.
Jesus.
It feels a little... I wouldn't say immature. Just... I don't think outright suffering really serves anyone. Sure, it's cathartic, but there's
Yeah.
billions you can, I don't know, keep a couple hundred to fuck with.
Jesus.
It's not... Yeah, it would be quite cathartic, I would say. At least, to me.
Yeah. I do like how you think, though. I think you're the first person in the cadre I've actually liked having a conversation with.
I must say,
He's
I
not get...
agree.
It's up there.
I don't, I didn't realize that we would see eye to eye on so many things.
Honestly, I thought we'd argue more.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. Hitler talking to Satan, like
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
I
god.
was-
Like,
I
I
was-
want to enslave them
Yeah.
all and make them suffer. Come on, just a couple hundred to fuck
Yeah.
around with. Like, I'm about to go burn down a whole block. No one's gonna stop me. Like, holy
Yeah.
shit.
At this point,
Like,
at this point, V is kind of just... you can't see his eyes, but he's kind of just looking at them, both of them, mouth agape at the
You're out of your
waking-
depth, young man. You gotta get
Yeah.
out of there.
You're out of your
Uh,
depth. You introduced
I-
Hitler to Satan, dog.
Yeah, actually, bro. We got fucking, like, I feel like Brawny right now. Like, I'm looking at this
I
shit
thought
right now.
it was so funny. Isamu said, "You don't have enough backbone to actually make any change." And he was like, "But no, I can." Immediately sees what they're talking about. Oh, maybe.
Oh,
maybe
no.
Maybe I don't. Maybe
Maybe a bit a little too deep.
Maybe I
Maybe it's the road.
Maybe I am
Yeah.
washed.
Any
Maybe I
case,
am
wait,
washed.
lock in.
Yeah,
Lock in.
lock in, lock in, lock in.
Uh,
Where were we? Oh yeah, we were.
yeah.
Hyperion was
V-
like, oh yeah, we're seeing.
uh,
We can see eye to eye.
I guess we
V-
can.
V is currently looking both of them, not in a way which they can tell, but he's just thinking to himself, I don't know what I need to do, but I think Eden might have the answer to this one.
Oh, by the way, and Isamu like cocks his head. We don't talk about what we said here today. Okay?
Fair enough.
I won't. I won't say a word.
Hyperion, is he lying about the fact he's
Oh.
not going to tell anyone?
Oh yeah, is he?
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Okay, question. We have a question. If I'm considering
yes.
the thought, does that mean that I'm lying?
So hold on. What is?
The thought I was considering was maybe talking to Eden about this, but again, not everything about it, just aspects of what the fuck is happening here.
But did you say that you would not talk about it to anyone?
He said, "Yeah, fair enough."
I said fair enough. That's not a yes or no. That's a fair enough.
I don't think that's necessarily a lie.
Lies of omission are still lies.
No, it's not like a lie of omission, but he's like trying to see. It's like I see where you're coming from.
That's what I'm saying.
Fair
Like, I get what the fuck
We
you're
don't talk
saying.
about that. I get you.
I'm
I
not-
get it.
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
feel you. I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You well,
I
yeah.
believe
That all
that.
that aside, Hyperion narrows his
Yeah.
eyes and says, "Why don't you give him a yes or no answer?"
Yeah, these guys are paranoid.
Yeah.
Hyperion's a little paranoid.
Or Hyperion, at least.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, I won't tell anybody.
And
I
V,
promise.
In that moment, were you considering not telling or telling Eden?
I was considering it. But again, that's not a yes. Is that really a fair? Is that really a fair point though? Like I'm considering it. I'm not saying yes or no. I don't even fully trust Eden of
No,
this
you
shit.
said,
I'm just
you
thinking.
said no. I made you say no.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, you're asking me yes or no? Like, no, I won't tell anybody.
You get the sense, Hyperion, that he is not confident in that answer.
I think we're gonna have to keep an eye on this one, Isamu.
Oh, he dissenting, or at least considering.
Hyperion.
Oh, don't worry. And Isamu, like, I'd say Isamu has been like laying on whatever furniture he could. Isamu like pushes himself up.
Well, I should say
steps-
we are still in my library, so there's no
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
furniture here. But
Probably laying on Ouroboros then.
you know what? He apparated some chairs. Fuck it. You guys are in some chairs.
Yeah.
I'm floating on the chair.
Sure.
Isamu like stands up and walks over, putting the same paw-like appendage on V3's chest. And instead of trying to manifest the worst possible version, V3, your eyes don't blink. Your heart skips a beat and it doesn't start beating again. You feel the air in your lungs swell up unless you fully push your chest muscles in to push it out. You need to move every single muscle in your arm to actually lift it, and every single muscle in your leg to walk.
You
not gonna tell.
would if your body was made of muscle and not sound.
Oh.
As Isamu goes up to do this, you feel yourself begin to seize up, and then your entire body becomes sound vibrations, completely completely vibrating through. And Isamu, your hand phases through V for a second, and there's a searing pain on your hand. As soon as that happens, you are shunted out of the library.
Oh my... What the fuck?
The
I forget, can I enter back in at any time?
Hyperion, after seeing this, would be confused and would keep the door open for you to come back in if you would so desire.
Isamu, like, steps back in, his hair, almost like in that cartoon.
Back in too.
Almost like a cat's,
You're still
like,
in
back
the
hair.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
What was that? That was
V is going to put a fist to his chest and say to both of them, "Who the hell do you think I am?"
I forget, would Gurren Lagann have released by this point?
I'm not referencing it, he's just saying this. He's not referencing it, he's
I
just
have
saying
no
it.
idea. I don't know.
Isamu, I don't think that is gonna work. What do you
It
think?
had released. It had released.
Oh yeah, right. It
It
doesn't
had-
die, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
Simone. Stop trying to act any fucking cooler than you are.
I mean, hey, you couldn't touch me. What's that guy's
I
name in Gurren
couldn't.
Lagann? Viral? Am I thinking of? Anyways, look. Listen, Isamu. I'm willing to answer questions. Just what is it? Or what do you want to show me, I guess?
Whatever that was, it seems to fuck with what I was trying to do. Also, out of curiosity, Natan, can palace exorcists sense when a sin is in their own palace?
Yes.
Oh. Does that work?
Correct
with
me if
Mimic?
I'm wrong. Would
Mhm.
Hyperion have felt that with how Isamu works?
It did not happen with Eden, and it does not happen with Hyperion.
Okay.
Okay.
I think Eden, just based off of like weird sin bullshit, felt it, but that's like that's aura. It's like feeling a cursed spirit's cursed energy more than anything.
Mhm.
That's weird. It shouldn't happen. Hey,
Yeah.
you haven't done it yet. Middle part.
Oh,
Can you look up on that thing what the hell just happened?
I suppose I can. I'll turn to Ouroboros.
Actually, I am curious myself, Hyperion. Please look that up.
What is Will Tamber's compositional makeup?
Yeah, use my name.
Yeah, I know your name.
No, I know you know it. I appreciate it.
Roll 1d6 for me, as the information is rare.
Okay.
Ooh.
No stress.
A 5, and roll investigation for me.
A 6.
Very nice.
Holy shit.
A
Welcome
answer
back,
comes up on
Orion.
the screen. Answer comes up on the screen and says, as of September 16th, 2012, the exorcist known as Will Tamber's compositional makeup is pure sound waves.
So that's how that works. Okay, cool.
What happened on September 16th, 2012?
You remember that is when you first originated your blasphemy.
Well, it's the day that my blasphemy awoke.
Huh.
Hmm.
An Ardence type blasphemy that turned your body into sound.
I'm all ears. I don't know how this shit works, really.
How do you maintain a corporeal form, then, if you're made of sound?
V is gonna knock on his helmet twice. Might be because of this thing.
Oh, that's integral to you staying in one piece. That wasn't just a stylistic choice.
I would think, after I put it on, my body felt normal again.
You also were told when you were being operated on that, or after the fact, the rhythmatic sensory repressor installed in your chest is also crucial to to maintaining your physical form.
And V will not mention anything about that.
Then Hyperion will pick that up as a lie.
Well, just because he's not saying it, how's that a lie? I'm not saying
It is not a lie.
It's a lie of omission.
It
It's
is
a lie
not.
of omission, yeah.
No.
Come on.
I mean, lies of omission wouldn't get picked up is what I'm saying, so Hyperion doesn't know.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Got any suspicions about that middle part?
No, I can't detect anything. I mean, he could have just omitted something. It's not a be-all, end-all whether I can tell if somebody's lying or not.
All right, this is gonna hurt one more time. Okay, he's going to once again put his hand on whatever counts as a chest for V3.
V is going to start walking backwards away from this. Isamu, just ask me the fucking question.
I'm doing this for middle part more so.
Okay, everyone stop. Hyperion, why does he need to do this?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Isamu?
Pretty much I can make it to where you can't tell me a lie.
Heck, Nathan, can I just leave the library and just leave?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
always leave the palace whenever you want.
All right, V looks at both of them and says, "All right, deuces," and he leaves.
You wake
Oh,
up in
thank
the woods.
God. I thought he wasn't gonna leave. All right. I want to talk
V
to
is
you
going-
about here.
V is just
We'll get to
gonna.
the end.
Wait, before we get
2D
back to
and
that.
then stuff in
Yeah.
Yes. V, right before he walks off, he is going to go over to Isamu, and V is going to lick his hand and then slick back Isamu's hair before he leaves.
Oh my god.
You
What the
do
fuck?
so.
And then and then he leaves, goes back to his room, and promptly passes out, thinking of what he should do with all of this.
Okay. Willow looks up to that, chuckles to himself, and then looks at the other two and frowns slightly before going back to what he was doing. But the two of you inside Ouroboros.
So, now that the knave is gone, we can talk a little more.
Indeed. Though, he's probably going to end up becoming a liability later.
I can kill him. Anyway, how do you seek to do whatever it is you want to do? The sins you're binding part of that?
Indeed they are. It's been done before. Binding multiple sins. The information is currently being withheld very strongly. I can't even get it through Ouroboros, but I have learned some other information. Something that might actually be kind of useful to you as well.
Oh? What's that?
So I looked into the virtues that are currently out in the field, and it turns out that, at least the ones that I could find, the majority of them don't actually have a high blasphemy. They seem to have just taken...
Isamu raises an eyebrow.
What they seem to have instead is something referred to as a perfected blasphemy.
Huh? Perfected blasphemy?
You'll pull out the sheet that about like the different the VG6 ones, not including Eden instinct, just the VG6, and just hands it over to him.
I forget. Are there physical documents for those as well?
I mean,
I
it's
do not have handouts for those.
Bummer.
no, yeah, it was just a corporeal manifestation inside here. But
Yes.
I'll put the text in the VC chat so you're reminded. Though not the you wouldn't see
Yeah,
the
the
Wonder
names
Graveyard.
would not be.
Yeah, and the names would not be here.
Yeah, okay. Temperance, Ardens, Gates, Mother, John, Vector, Edit. Huh. That's weird. The fact I can perfect my ordnance is interesting, though, but I don't know. I think I want to focus on something else. He like hands it over to him.
Suit
So
yourself.
what? There are.
But there's
there are
apparently a
what?
way.
Oh, I'm at my own. Yeah. So there's what now? I was never great at math. 13 actual virtues, or well, 7 high blasphemy virtues, but 13 virtues in general. Or did we ever learn what Eden was?
You learn. I mean, all you know.
You
I think, is that,
didn't. Yeah,
yeah,
you don't know about Wonder. Only
yeah.
V and.
Oh, that was
Hyperion.
what Isamu was asking. Like did we
Oh, yeah,
fully
yeah.
know what that was about?
Oh, the matter of Eden.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's, as much as it surprises me, he is a virtue. He has a high
So
blasphemy.
he's actually justice then.
Oh, no.
No.
Hyperion pulls out the other handout that he received previously about the extent of Eden's powers, specifically that he holds the graveyard high blasphemy and all that entails.
Wait, Justice is dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Must be why they've pushed the creation of all these other virtues to make up for his loss.
Isamu looks like genuinely surprised for a moment, and then almost gets like a snake-like grin for a second before going back to reading the document.
Oh?
That is a fucking hole in their armor I didn't think about.
Do I sense thirst for opportunity in there, Isamu?
A little bit. That leads to something else I wanted to ask you, and he like sets the stuff on the side to whatever little corporeal thing I assume they're just sitting at a table, right?
Yeah,
now.
there's a desk.
Like sets it down on the desk. How open do you would you be, or how open would you be to seeking outside help? Someone who are a group of people who already have a very similar ideal to us.
I assume you're referring to Under Heaven.
You catch on pretty quickly. Yeah.
The thought has crossed my mind. I do understand that the way I look at things and the way you look at things is quite similar to them. Though, I mean, we're Cat 3 right now.
I wouldn't sell us short. You got something a lot stronger than most people would probably give it credit for in your back pocket with the thing you just picked up. And I got something in my chest. Still haven't fully ascertained what it is yet.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Actually, hold on.
I'm sure we're above normal Cat 3s, but...
That fancy little computer thing can search up anything, right?
There are a few pieces of information that I found it cannot access, but for the most part, yeah, it can do anything.
You look into Yamato no Orochi at all?
I hadn't. That's a good point. To be fair, I didn't know its name until you told me. What do you want to find out?
I don't know if it's a bound sin, but look who previously used it or previously obtained it. Because apparently it's something to do with my grandpa.
Very well. He turns to Ouroboros. Who was Yamato no Orochi previously bound to or working with?
You pose the query to the computer, and all that pops up is a large X on the screen that slowly fades into the kanji for heaven with an arrow pointing down from it.
Looks like the information's been blocked by Under Heaven.
I wonder. Could I try typing in something?
You can talk to it.
I repeat the exact phrase that Hyperion said. Let's see if I have any better chance at accessing it.
That's
a
good
large
idea.
X pops up that slowly fades into the kanji for heaven with an arrow pointing down from it.
Ah,
I guess they don't
bummer.
recognize you as among their ranks just yet.
Isamu asks again, tell me everything you know about the bloodline of Isamu Yamamoto.
The same Under Heaven symbol pops up on the screen yet again.
Really?
Damn, you're quite important.
I wonder. That only makes my curiosity grow stronger.
Though, this is different from before. The information, from what happened in Eden's archive, isn't it? This is eventually we were able to find some information in Eden's archive, but this time it's just nope.
You found certain things around information that was blocked by Under Heaven and Eden's archive. Not the specific information that was being obscured.
I wonder how they've done this. And he'll pose it just to see. How is Under Heaven redacting information from the psychic gestalt?
You're unsurprised as the same Under Heaven logo pops up on the screen.
Yeah, naturally they would.
Maybe they have a weirdly strong palace on their payroll.
It's possible. They definitely have a powerful bind.
Or a weirdly strong smother that would probably not even tell you anything and probably just come up blank or say there was no info, not that it was blocked.
Indeed.
By the way, how was it going with what was it, Lich King? Some World of Warcraft shit?
It is a rather amusing name. Could I have a facsimile of the Lich King appear here?
Indeed, you can.
All right.
Small
And a
uh,
teeny Lich King
representation
shows up on the
appears.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah, how is that going with like figuring out what it does?
Well enough, I would say. I think it'll be ready for use in our next mission.
Sick.
Actually,
Is there anything specifically crucial that you guys want to talk about here? Or can we wrap this bit up?
Well, Hyperion just had an idea, which was, I mean, this thing was bound, presumably by an Under Heaven person beforehand. Does it know anything?
Oh.
Does the Lich King know things?
Interesting. Do you want to try speaking to him?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you say to him?
It occurs to me, Isamu, I can talk to this thing, and if it was previously held by Under Heaven...
That would be a pretty big well of information then, yeah.
Yeah.
Though, it might... Oh, actually, if you're worried about it lying, he, like, another, like, show of that almost paw-like hand with the fire.
Oh, that's
I can
not
make sure
necessary.
it tells us whatever.
First of all,
You
it's
sure?
bound to me. Second of all, I can tell if something's lying.
Oh. Well, mine's less... Can't lie at all. It can't lie just... Oh, I know what it's saying is a lie. It can't hide anything.
I mean, if you want to
Any
touch it,
detail...
go ahead.
Isamu wraps his paw around the thing and enforces another use of Manifest. This time, not expending a psych burst by just thinking my freedom in his head for a moment.
Hyperion, you see Isamu reach out with a blast, and with an ability that does not correspond to any blasphemy that you have heard of before.
That's a neat trick. Tell me about it later.
I honestly don't have much to say about it. It's weird.
Well, in any case, does it have any effect on the thing?
I believe.
To quote the ability directly, they become unable to lie, cover their face, or hide their own thoughts and feelings behind their ego.
Yes.
Should be relatively simple truth serum kind of effect. Cigarette smoke bother you at all?
I can manage.
He pulls out a cigarette, lights it while you talk.
More Hyperion actually manifests for you a cigarette in here.
Oh shit. Oh right, Palace.
Palace.
And what are you asking at Hyperion?
Lich King. First of all, he
Yes.
Do you know anything of Yamato no Orochi?
No.
Do you know anything of how Under Heaven is redacting information?
A powerful blasphemy.
What kind of blasphemy?
That I do not know.
He says it is some kind of blasphemy, though he doesn't know what kind. And he doesn't know anything about Yamato no Orochi either.
Maybe it's something like mine, where it's
What's the name
not
of your
recorded.
grandfather?
Would I
The
know
name
the
of your
name of my
grandfather is Sonju Yamamoto.
Sonju Yamamoto.
Okay.
It's
Can't tell you
funny.
much else about
The name Sonju actually means grandchild.
Actually,
That's wild.
is that intentional or is that just something you
That's
noticed?
intentional.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Lich King, do you know anyone by the name of Sonju Yamamoto?
Oh. Let me see. No.
Oh, okay. I thought after you looked like it sounded like you were looking something up that I was going to get something, but then just
I just
no.
had to double check.
He doesn't know your grandfather. Shame.
Probably for the better, honestly.
Oh, Lich King. He poses another question to the Lich King, not intending to ever tell Isamu that he did this. Who bound you before?
He is the only one that I know the name of. His name was Luvis.
Oh. Well, that's funny to know as a player. Hyperion makes no move as though he attained any further pieces of information, and turns back to Isamu. Anyways, the information that I wanted to pose to you was the perfected blasphemy idea. If it piques your interest, we can look into that a bit more in the future. But at this point in time, the plan really is to just get a bit more stronger. I'd say now's a bit too early. I'm not opposed to the idea that you had about contacting these folks, but well, my guess is that these perfected blasphemies allow them to use their abilities without expending psyche bursts, considering what that promptitude woman was doing.
Oh yeah. What'd she say her name was? I just couldn't stop looking at the eye patch.
Caitlin, I think.
Such a boring name for such an interesting person.
Well, why don't we reconvene after our next hunt? I think we'll probably be Cat 4 after that.
Yeah, probably.
No. If we make it out alive, then I'll be seeing you. And then he shuts.
But,
Huh?
out of curiosity, you got a phone?
I do, yes.
We should trade contact info just in case.
Very
Picked one
well.
up recently with the script you got.
Very well. A piece of paper apparates in here that has Hyperion's number, and he hands it to you.
Isamu takes out his phone, thinks for a second. I was like, "Wait, that's not gonna save up."
That's not gonna work. Yeah.
I'll just memorize it.
All right. Are you guys waking up now?
Yeah. Hyperion will shut
Okay.
down the palace now.
Okay. You wake up, and Isamu, as you open your eyes, Kit is barely an inch away from your face with a massive grin spread across his face.
Christ.
He goes and floats off, and we follow him.
Oh.
Follow him through the halls of the Black Site as he phases through the wall, and begins to descend, looking for someone, and it finds him. Eden, as you are walking through the halls towards the Woad, you hear a voice directly next to your ear say, "You want to talk to me?"
Oh, goodness.
You turn toward him and he cocks his head. He waves his hand and the silver from your eyes fades. What color are they?
Blue right now.
He goes, "Oh, no, not you. The other one."
Oh. Do you want to have your conversation privately?
It's up to him. I don't
You
care
take-
either way.
Stopping to think. Yeah, he does. Oh, please just keep it peaceful and mundane. Let me find a room. He'll go and look for an empty room to
Alrighty.
sit down in, and he'll allow Kit into the palace.
Kit lays down, or plops down onto the desk in the room, sighs and says, "I really never wanted to have to do this, but if he insists." He sits down and then fully disappears
Mhm.
from the space, not just falling unconscious, leaving a body behind. And he manifests inside your palace.
Blue starts to talk to him, and he's saying, "Okay, come on, just like I said, keep it normal. I'll go find him." And a voice calls out, descending from the stairs, "Leave us, Wonder." Oh, but he waves his hand, and Blue is gone, shunted from his own mind. Ah, there you are. I'm glad you could find time for a conversation. Tell me, is there any sort of aesthetic you had in mind?
You wouldn't be able to make it to my exact tastes, he says, stretching.
I suppose we are rather different. Well, all the same then. I wanted to talk to you about a few things. Ask a few questions if you wouldn't mind, and I promise the attic door stays locked, no matter what.
No matter what.
Indeed. Now, on the topic of him, or maybe someone else, what is the term... No, what is the title 01 mean to you, little fox?
Oh, I should watch my mouth when I'm around you a bit more. And he absently spins upside down in the air, almost seemingly walking in a loop-de-loop, and says, "Well, that would be the leading member of the O8 Council, Eden. The head of CAIN."
He gives a small, somewhat sinister smile, but it's mostly subdued. Ah, so you fear the head of CAIN. Is that right?
Any sin exorcist or human is dead if they don't.
That is understandable. And what is he to you? A colleague? A master?
What can I tell you? Kit begins to walk in the air absently a little bit more, and says, "I don't think I can say specifically yet. It's still a bit much that you know that I know of him, at least enough to fear him."
I see. That's satisfactory enough for the moment. Well, whatever he is to you, does he have any idea, any plan for this world? More specifically, does he realize it's going to end soon if no one does anything?
Oh, that is interesting news. At least as far as I'm aware, he's pretty content in remaining stagnant.
I see. He'll stay in place while the flood washes us away. I see. He'll stand up and walk and start to change the landscape that they're in slightly. They are out by sort of the courtyard area that's on the edge of the cliff, facing out to this larger horizon. And he speaks to Kid and he says, "Well, I hope you'll entertain my ramblings for a moment. I think they might at the very least entertain you, if not maybe make you think."
Do tell.
First, the question. What is, at its core, the most basic mission statement of CAIN, Kid?
Eradicate all sin until the stain is wiped away.
That's right. Until the stain is wiped away. It's ridiculous, isn't it? A moniker a past life of mine coined to wipe away the stain like it's some sort of tapestry.
He
I was
spins
so-
in the air towards you, and says, "You are very comfortable letting previously rather obscured bits of information drop to me."
I am. I don't think that you're... Well, I don't think that you pose as much of a threat as you could. And that's fine to me. If you wanted this form dead, I would have long been so. And if your masters wanted this form dead, I long would have been so. But I think both they and you know better than to kill me right now. For both your sakes, mine and the rest of the world, it's better that the thing in the attic stays up there, locked away on our little condition. But continue. Continuing to humor me, if you will. Imagine the world a tapestry, and the goal of CAIN to eradicate a stain that always came pre-packaged with the very canvas itself. Humanity is the stain, or at least gives birth to it. If sin and such other powers, the psychic manifestations are that stain, they are inseparable from humanity. So what does it mean to wipe away the stain? Only one of two things. Kill all humans, or continue in an endless cycle, a never-ending loop of trying to wipe away something that will just continuously come back. It is a demonstration in insanity. So, what would you do, Kid, faced with such a question of how to wipe away the stain? What would be your answer?
You see his eye gleam a little bit as that grin on his corrupted form gets even more wide. And what was the specific question you asked?
How would you wipe away the stain if that was your mission?
If it was mine, if I had the entire choice in the matter.
Indeed. The whole world of power at your paws. What would you do?
If it was up to me, every sin, human, and exorcist would be serving on me hand and foot, making my world a paradise to inhabit, having a silly old grand time, but I stopped thinking like that a long time ago.
And what made you do that? Your own choices?
A friend.
He looks out and smiles about that, thinking he can empathize in that regard. I understand, I think, more than most might. But I have a bit of a different solution to this problem of the stain. You see, if it is inherent to the tapestry, and it cannot be removed, the tapestry instead must be re-dyed There is no stain if the entire painting is made to look like that. It's all the same. Everything washed away in that beautiful sea of psychic. But I don't want the death of humans. I don't want the death of sense. To me, they're beautiful, horrifically disgusting sapient creatures that I don't want to see gone. Not like him. He's gesturing up towards the palace itself, sort of up to where the attic would be, is the implication. He'd
It
like to
flies on his
see,
back, looking up.
he'd like to see everything gone. He's become rather disillusioned with the world that we live in now. He did a long time ago, I think. Thinks that there's no escape from it all. That paradise is a dream that he can only attain if everyone's gone in his little world. But that never sat right with me. I think, much like you, a friend changed my views. She made me realize that it's not all terrible. Humanity has things to live for, reasons that they should exist, reasons sins should exist. In that regard, instead, there's something else. I would be fine to sit and watch the world go on as it is, but unfortunately, it is my working theory that currently the world is getting close to an apocalypse.
Do tell.
Well, he waves his hand, and there are sort of paintings that are more like images, almost portals into times in the past leading up to this current time period. In the past, when CAIN was founded, and even before them, when groups like them existed, humanity lacked the organization, the infrastructure, and quite frankly, the power to execute properly on any large scale the goal that CAIN's trying to do now and has been for the past few hundred years. That is, to wipe away the stain, kill all sins, and, well, enslave or kill all exorcists. That right there is my problem. They make a distinction between the two. It was intentional on his part, I think. It was something we disagreed on rather fervently, me and the founder of CAIN. He wanted to use them, and a big part of using those gifted with psychic abilities is making them feel different, treating them as such. But they're human. Humans with extra powers, with a glimpse of that which you possess. But they're all human in the end. Humans.
He spins around in front of your face, kind of like almost drifting as if he were just free floating in space. But he's very close to you, and he says, I like the way you think. You are closer than most other people to really seeing it. Go on.
I believe I'm one of the only few who's been put in a position to see it this way, to see it any other way. As you see, this strategy that CAIN developed, it's rather efficient, scarily so. You scour the world for a couple of these psychically powered people, these exorcists that have manifested a fragment of sin. You get them, make them different, turn them into weapons, and then you continue. You gather more and more. You create a meat grinder strategy. You send the weakest on missions first, create a sort of artificial selection, a twisted Darwinism. Only the strong make it out, and those strong are broken like dogs. And then you have your apparatus. You can do it over and over again, in theory reducing the amount of problematic exorcists and sins all over the world. You can continue this meat grinder that destroys everything. And while it is wonderful in that theory, that brutal level of efficiency, it seems to negate one thing, as humans always tend to overlook. The world isn't about them. There's far more lost than just the human lives. When people die, their grace doesn't simply return to the psychic sea, not most of it. Same with sins that aren't able to retreat into their palaces and heal, not even getting into those that are bound. That grace is sat there, lingering. It disperses. Most exorcists won't even notice it, but it's there. And it's been gathering for hundreds of years under CAIN's watch, and thousands of years before them. This grace is building up. It's a flood. Eventually, more and more exorcists are to be born with increasingly powerful abilities, awakenings on par with that of sins that should not be. Sins grow stronger, more exorcists become available into CAIN. This is all just dandy. The more powerful exorcists they have access to, the more efficient the grinder keeps going on. The wheel ever turns. More sins die, more exorcists are born, more grace is released, and onwards and onwards and onwards. But there is a point of no return, where the grace builds up so high that even the most minor of events can cause cataclysmic catastrophes. Imagine
As
it.
you
Mhm.
are saying this, for the first time, Kit's face falls from a smile, and the eyes on the corrupted side of his face narrow at you, and the eye on his uncorrupted side of the face opens for the first time.
What's it look like?
Yes, revealing. Let me see here. Revealing a bluish purple hue, and he looks to you and says, "You have seen it too. You've recognized this."
The cascade is coming. A flood of truly biblical proportions that humanity doesn't have. I can speak. That humanity doesn't even have a record of anymore. Just stories. An event that threatens to wipe away all of us. Humans' sins. That much energy will only lead to one thing. Imagine it. A small girl in a car. Her parents are driving, arguing. Maybe it's something large, they're in the middle of a divorce. Maybe it's something minor. She awakens her powers in a bit of frustration. What is it? Could it be an ardence? Burn down half of an entire city, herself included. Maybe she manifests the Lord's sin just based on the fear alone. It could be anything, and all of it's cataclysmic. All of that grace bouncing around will lead to the cascade, and if nothing is done to control it, eventually it will reach a point of no return. Its growth will be exponential, and we'll all be wiped out. All except for me, of course. And I don't plan to sit alone and watch as this world dies. Me left alone with nothing until the end. No one. I don't want
Eden.
that world, kid. Yes.
As you look at Kit, he floats in midair, about at chest height. You swear you begin to see the outline of a figure around Kit. Shoulders, head, Kit floating in about the center of where the chest, where this figure would be.
Mm-hmm.
And Kit says, "What if I told you that you were the floodgates to that? And with one word, someone could cause you to open it."
His eyes widen a bit as he realizes how terrible that is, because the thing in the attic would love nothing more. And it's that bad.
You and me.
We are in the exact same position in this scenario. And we are on the exact opposite side of things.
But does that have to be the case?
That's what I wanted to ask you, Eden. You're not the only one who has had these thoughts. Not the only one who has had the thoughts that CAIN should change. We've noticed how exponentially this grace is increasing. Call your cadre a test run of that.
I've noticed it. Their powers are increasing far beyond the rate that should be possible. Not even just plausible, possible. I thought and hoped maybe they were just that. Simply exceptions, and I don't doubt that that certainly has a role to play. But it seems that the cascade is approaching them as well, and their strength is evidence of that.
And
Then-
you are the one meant to stop anyone from looking at that, Eden.
I suppose that has always been my role. I will do my best to keep them away from that fact. To keep all of them away from knowing what's to come. Until they need to know. But in an ideal world, they won't need to. Tell me, kid. Out of all of the primeval sins, Goliath, Behemoth, Leviathan, the Serpent, the Beast, the Spindle, and all the others, do you think if they all came together, every primeval in this world, could they defeat the virtues and black coats of CAIN?
Oh. Oh, this is why I like you. No, they couldn't. But, and Kit floats up a little bit more. That's only because that they could never work together. They'd need something to unify them.
He smiles. It's like you read my mind. That is the next point. Kit, before I continue, I should ask. I'm sure you know of what I am, what I truly am. And you, what might I ask? Who are you really?
Call me a friend of the ferryman.
Does that? Probably not. But just would that ring any bells?
Not as far as you're aware.
I see. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I was hoping, with the way that some of the cadre members have been developing, in particular the binder, and now the boy who's manifested Yamato no Orochi, they might be of some assistance in this matter, but regardless of their help or not, I should ask you, kid. Do you think it would be possible to gather all of the primevals together under the banner, if nothing else for their own survival, then for a truly better world? They need humans to survive, and humans will create them regardless, fear them no matter what. The primevals never truly die for that reason. I want a world that can be governed by a few angels, all of the grace funneled into one point, a sort of godhead, if you would. I think I'm the only one capable of holding that much without igniting. Or maybe you. But...
Kit folds his arms and does a few back flips in place and says,
You don't have to use your charismatic tricks to make me interested in your plan. You don't have to offer me a seat at the head of this world that you envision. But what if I told you, Eden, that someone already is a few steps ahead of you, that has already been down this road of yours that you theorize? What would you think about that?
I would think that, rather hope, whoever has already started down this path has realized that this is more than just about power, or more than even just about stopping the calamity. It's about making a better world after it. With that much power, you can delegate it to very specific individuals, bind them to a very specific oath. Without removing humanity's free will, you can make paradise, a world where the wicked are punished, the good are rewarded, and, of course, where God can answer his prayers. If that is such a world, and if someone has already sat down that path, I would like to know who, kid.
he cocks his head and says,
Why do you work for them?
He sort of furrows his brows a bit. And then
genuinely confused, you feel he is.
You mean authority, CAIN?
Yeah.
Well, in part, it's mostly a matter of practicality. They have, to my current knowledge and awareness, the best infrastructure set up for such a thing. To funnel that much grace into a single point, to achieve ascension, would require something that I'm not.
But when the time comes down to it, why do you listen to them, Eden? Why will you listen?
This is the first time he's been truly caught off guard. At least Purple. And certainly, unless other by Eve. And he stops to think. It's all just a means to an end. Who I have to listen to in the moment is of little consequence for the end goal, so long as it's achieved.
I want you to know something, Eden. My group and the people that I believe to be right think very frighteningly similar to you. And we have frighteningly similar goals. But you are the direct thing standing in between us achieving that.
He frowns a bit more. If our goal was similar, and if that is what we wanted, a world of paradise, he's thinking right now about the thing in the attic. The thing in the attic knows everything. He's not going to ask it anything, but he knows it knows everything. And if they have a similar situation, particularly with the way that Kit said, why will you side with them? They know something that he doesn't. And he has to think about that. If I am to side with CAIN, more accurately, to side against you all, there must be a reason. Surely if our goals are the same, then he's thinking the only thing that might stop him is that ultimately his goal. He'd say this. The only thing that comes to mind, if our goals are the same, could be the one additional addendum in my plan. I want to end my cycle. Me and Eve's. I want to ascend and take her with me. Neither of us will ever have to die again. We can live in our own paradise and do as God does, and stay in his heaven, while the angels take care of business down here. Unless your plan has something to do with her, or with me stopping that.
No. You are... The matters of reincarnation are of middling consequence to our plans.
Then why? Why wouldn't I agree with you? Or side with you? Is your information wrong?
He flips around in the air a little bit and says,
If it's possible for you, Eden, tug on your bindings. Think about pulling away from it.
Hey. He does not like the implication of anything to do with him and binding. Binding. I am not bound, Fox. I am here by choice because it benefits me. There are no strings on me other than the ones I've put in place. When the time comes, I'm sure I'll make the correct decision.
he floats back looking a little surprised and says,
You are, all three of you, in some ways the same being, right?
Pieces of it, split apart, but yes.
Yes. And each one of them listens to CAIN.
What's about that? Yeah. Attic does. He did whatever happened with their agreement. He's here, and he's certainly not fighting it. Blue is, of course, loyal, but for different reasons because of what he doesn't understand. And I get, that's okay. One is loyal because of what he doesn't understand. The other one is loyal because of what he does. The only thing I could think is that it won't be me that makes the decision. It'll be one of those two. Blue is weak, and he in the attic is, well, like you said of the leader of CAIN, stagnant, lost in his ways, so consumed by his own misery he can't look at the world and see that it needs to be fixed. They would make a choice. Over me, I'm the only one that has the pieces together, that's trying for something meaningful. And he, one of them would.
And what if it turned out there was never any choice for you three to begin with?
Shackled by some sort of fate. Yeah. That sounds about right. Well,
I'm not saying that is the case, and I'm not saying that I believe that it will be one of you over the other that does end up making the decision. But I'm simply saying that what you want, you're promoting and helping the opposite of it.
I do what I have to do because there is no other choice. This is the path laid before me, and this is the road to paradise. No matter how bloody its bricks, we will walk it. I will walk it. And I hope that we can see eye to eye when that day comes. But perhaps there's a reason we won't.
Just know, your path is built atop Charon's.
The voice shifts to a deeper, more full voice before going back.
Does that ring any
Someone-
bells for purple?
Charon? Make an investigation check for me.
Sure. It's
hard.
flat, because, yeah, that's not good, because I don't got the toper, and this isn't in the library, so, I mean, he can just look it up later, but...
Doesn't ring a bell to you.
Yeah.
And the
Mhm.
path extends farther than you have put into motion. I urge you to think about it whenever the time comes.
I see. Perhaps there will be time for me to think on it. My plan certainly isn't rigid. The whole point is that it's somewhat malleable. And now that there's another centipede binder and someone who's manifested Yamato no Orochi, similar enough to the serpent, maybe that's a sign. These are new to me. I'd never met them in the past. So, maybe things are changing. Maybe I should change.
That is a good point. I remember. Thank you for bringing that up. In pursuit of our shared ideal goal, it is imperative that you do not let any members of your cadre, specifically to Hyperion and Isamu, do not let them join under heaven.
And what are their goals under heaven?
That I cannot say, but it is crucial that those two, foremost, but the rest of your cadre in general, do not.
Considering that they have sins that can rival that of a primeval's power, Yamato possibly even being a primeval. Don't know, never made it to Japan very much. The Mongols didn't get over there. I'll have to do a little more investigation. And I did see Samu has some sort of connection, I believe familial, to Under Heaven. I'll have to look into it more. I'm sure Blue will do a great job of keeping them away. At least I hope he can. If not, I'll step in. That is my job anyway.
Yes, they both overestimate their capabilities. I'm curious to see how that will bite them in the future.
We'll see. I'll give Blue a sort of feeling that he should talk to them. But he won't remember the rest of this. This stays between you and me, little fox.
If it has to.
Well, I believe Blue was planning some sort of birthday event. Something other such ridiculous nonsense. I should let him get to it.
Sure thing. One more thing, Eden, before you go. Make sure you have a coin when you meet the ferryman. And he disappears.
Damnable sins. And he'll walk back to his palace and then fade away, and Blue will awaken.
Thanks for the chat.
Yeah. What'd you guys talk about?
a lot of things that Purple would consider over your pay grade, and I don't entirely disagree with him, but you're better than he gives you credit for.
I'll take the compliments where I can find them. All right.
Good.
Now I have very important matters to attend to, Mr. Kit. So-
Most certainly. Please set up that birthday. I'm really excited about it.
Did he tell you that? He told you. He told you that. Important matters. Important.
Of
Yes,
course. Toodles.
And he floats up, phasing through the ceiling.
I feel like I need to talk to someone. And he'll walk off. He'll head towards the woad, I suppose.
Okay. You head towards the woad, and everyone in the cadre has joined here.
Yes!
Currently.
Yes!
Yes. So
Poor
sorry.
Jake.
But yes, everyone has joined in the woad this afternoon.
Sorry, Jake. The
oh,
freaks
we
were
will-
talking.
Yeah.
Jake is the
Flub
fan
Sorry,
favorite.
sorry. The Access powers that have a fucking meeting. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Drake has the most fans and has none of the screen time this session. They're falling asleep halfway through.
True.
I'm
Fuck,
sorry.
fuck, we're
I'm
cooked.
sorry.
This
We
shit's
did
getting, like,
all the
2
Jake stuff
views.
last. We did all the Jake stuff last session, and now
It's your
I
chapter
didn't have
away
anything.
from the true protagonist of the story.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. They're not versus. They're not versus V3. That's the
Right,
problem.
okay, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Anyways, everyone is in the woad as Eden enters. Kit has also just phased through as well.
Oh my god.
So, if everyone's here, I would like, because we're probably going to have to end soon. I would like to do the opening line for it in the palace, and then we can end if that is all right with you.
Okay. Sure thing.
Is Willow also here?
Willow is here.
And it's the 29th, right? I'm not crazy.
No. It's
Then never mind. We're not doing that.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I thought it was. I thought it.
Sorry.
we're not doing
It is like it's like the 16th or 17th. It's like a few weeks.
No.
So.
Never mind.
I thought you
Oh,
were
wait.
I thought you meant
This
in
day
real
just
life. I was like,
passed.
that's the 29th. What about
It,
it?
it is the 29th.
No.
Yeah. That's the
No.
funny-
In game.
Yes.
Yes. Then he won't do that. He needs to prepare. They could do the other one now. He was going to do them together.
Up to you.
Is there anything else that we are supposed to do in the woad currently, or should I do this?
Not that I believe.
Okay.
Exceptions. I
Eden.
am requesting that we have a little meeting up in the palace.
Is it serious?
Oh, it's deadly serious. It involves you.
Oh no.
Very.
Okay.
Willow's here, right? I asked that. I'm schizophrenic. Dementia. Yeah. Okay. Willow, you too, and he'll.
Me.
Kit. Yes, it's vitally important. And you too, Kit, if you want to come in. Okay. Everyone sit at a desk.
Oh, so wait. So
Yeah.
Eden is just acknowledging Kit directly in front of Willow.
Yeah, he told
I
Willow
believe
about
yes,
Kit already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like a mission debrief thing. He sent a
Oh.
thing to Willow.
All right.
All right. Yes, sit around, gather around. Very important business. And oh, you'll see. You'll see. You'll love it. You'll love it.
I don't
Yeah.
like surprise.
Get on with it, Eden.
Right. He opens the palace, closes his eyes, opens the palace.
Indeed, you do so.
Right. Everyone enters, and you guys were outside of the castle currently. We are standing on like the edge of it, the cliff where Purple was just talking to Kit, unbeknownst to everyone here, self included. But he says, overlooking at the horizon. So, first of all, like to clear up one little misconception before we get to the actually important stuff. My fault. I am not currently the virtue of justice. I am the virtue of wonder. that I felt was an important thing to get out of the way. Nothing else, just wanted to be honest.
Wow.
Now,
Willow
something-
cocks his eyebrow as you say that.
yeah.
Hyperion is completely unsurprised, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, so is V.
Surprisingly, probably to Eden, so is Isamu.
Okay, none of you. I was expecting. You know what? That's fine. That's a good thing, I think.
I'll give you that
Well-
idea.
There is one other thing that is of far more consequence than my identity. Jake,
Hmm?
when were you gonna tell us?
About what?
Ian, what are you
Oh,
talking about?
you know. That thing that's most important, Jake. The area around us begins to shift and change, and you smell it first. It is sea salt on the air and
Oh my-
sand beneath you. Your birthday passed a month ago! We need to celebrate! We may not get another year. I mean, because we'll reach about 5 and everyone will be able to retire.
Did you
Because we'll
just
reach-
imply I was gonna die?
No, because we're gonna reach category 5
Oh, you're
and we're gonna
absolutely
retire.
gonna
Don't
You're absolutely gonna die with any
be quiet, Isamu.
We're doing a birthday party right now.
We're doing a birthday party right
Yay.
now.
This is a birthday party.
It's a birthday
Willow
party.
walks up next to Jake, leaning down to him, and just says, "Happy birthday."
It's not my birthday.
It was.
late
Your
birthday.
birthday passed.
It's been a month.
You're 20.
You're I'm over 20.
Oh,
The beach is like perfect white sands, crystal clear water, and there is like a whole boardwalk area behind you guys, as well as a large beach volleyball net with a lifeguard tower for refereeing. And with that, Eden will say, our next mission, this is official by the way, is to enjoy ourselves until we get to go out.
Woo! Thank you, Eden.
And
Hyperion turns to Willow.
As-
Sorry, Hyperion turns to Willow. The
Yeah.
last thing. Please tell me we're going on an actual mission tomorrow.
he looks over to you and says, "Yeah, something like that." And that is where we are going to end
Oh
tonight's session.
my
amazing.
God!
Holy shit! Honestly, I don't think this can be 6.5 anymore.
This is just 7. We just had
Kind
a
of was
session.
just session 7.
This was just
yeah.
7. Yeah.
Which
Jesus
I
Christ.
yeah.
Should I change
I
my
we
notes?
will
Laura,
Yeah,
I will-
Grace, if you wouldn't mind. Not Grace. What?
Right.
Jess, if you wouldn't mind.
You've lost it.
I will say, we will pick up the next session with a little bit of beach episode shenanigans.
Yay!
Oh my god.
I do
Yeah.
find this
Here.
session funny. How it literally was just like fucking like I don't know what to call Grace because I can't think of a funny nickname right. Grace and Day Out. Hitler and Stalin talk to random robots.
You're cutting out.
Three's
You're
apparently
Sky, you're
found.
cutting out. Sky, you're cutting out.
Oh, it's my fan. Hold.
Oh. Holy shit.
Like Hitler and Stalin talking to V, who's apparently mate.
You're counting
You're
out.
You're,
still
you're,
cutting
you're
out.
actually still
Come
cutting
on.
out. I'm sorry.
Even worse,
Oh my-
actually.
it's worse. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you believe it?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, testing.
It seems alright.
Mm-hmm.
What up, big dog?
Okay, so I find it funny how this session went from just like a day out with Grace to Hitler and Stalin talk to living sound to fucking walking nuke and also probably Hitler speaks. And then
Secret Hitler, you mean?
Secret Hitler, yeah.
He doesn't distinguish between exorcists and humans, and he wants
Yeah,
a good
no,
world
I
for
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
that's,
when he says he wants humans
Ted
gone, like
Kaczynski.
when
This,
he's thinking about having humans gone. he
yeah, the
means
two of you
all of us.
are far worse.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is the tamest way I could explain it, but like in my head, I had like a thought in mind of like the three of them standing like this when they were talking. Like when they were talking like that the entire time.
I will say I do have to go soon because a friend wanted to talk to me.
Alrighty.
All right, bye bye. I
See
am
you
excited to
guys.
see Three's reaction to the VOD because it's gonna be very fun.
Yes.
So funny.
Oh,
How did you miss
Yeah.
this? How did you miss?
I like how we had a session for this, so Mia didn't miss anything important, and then missed all of the important things of this session.
I mean,
Before
there
we
was
ironic.
gonna be super important stuff this session because it's a downtime session. That's all
Yeah.
it is. So.
True.
Yeah.
Anyway, I will talk to you all later. Bye bye. Love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Love you.
Bye bye, dude. Polaris.
Yeah.
Dude, that was the funniest fucking thing I've ever had the glory of being a part of. Because I went into from the perspective of me. He went into that conversation thinking, maybe I can work with Isamu here, and it ended with me seeing like the creation of the ultimate demon, and it was the scariest.
Yeah, King fucking sucks, guys, right? And Isamu and Hyperion are like, well, the Holocaust.
Yeah,
And
well,
then-
the Holocaust, the Great Leap
Yeah.
Forward.
Yeah, yeah. What the fuck? Fucking yeah. Like it's Jesus Christ, dude. We're gonna have a session called Manifest Destiny soon enough. Like it's
Like,
Oh my god.
those three having a conversation is so fucking funny.
Yeah,
'Cause
that was
we, like,
hilarious.
I'm still trying to figure out things.
it's literally just like
I-
escalating. Like V's like, Kane sucks, and then Isamu's like, all of humanity sucks. Also, there's like a distinction between the race, and then Hyperion's like, yes, and we should enslave that other race. It literally just got
Enslave them
progressively
and
worse.
make them suffer.
Yes, it just got worse and worse and worse. Eden needs to talk to these motherfuckers. Oh my god.
Eden, keep an
Specifically
eye
blue,
out.
not purple. Not
Mhm.
purple. Although he wouldn't like them either, but like,
They're
Holy shit.
insane.
I-
Actually,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
Kid
my
said that
God.
out of everyone, Eden, you were the closest to getting it correct. Why did the music change? Getting it
no,
correct,
back in session.
The difference or lack thereof between sins, humans, and exorcists.
well, yeah, because he would be in the best. yeah, he.
Mm. Oh yeah, I need to make changes to my chart. I
Yeah,
have
same.
I have a-
Same.
I have a much higher opinion of Isamu now.
It's gonna take us
Bad potato.
Yeah, we had like
It's okay.
I-
It's
I-
Jake's birthday tomorrow, so
Yeah, you'll
True.
get all the spotlight
No.
next session, even
Oh
though you
my
don't
God.
want it.
No, I know. No.
no, but that was
Grace
so
is gonna
fun.
spike a volleyball into Jake's face. That's what she's gonna do.
Actually,
She would not.
She's gonna try to hang out with him and be like, we should play volleyball, and then she's accidentally just gonna like fucking spike that shit into his face.
Yeah. No, but that was the funniest fucking way you could have gone into that as well. That
I
was-
know. I thought about that. And I was like, oh
yeah,
my
when
It was your
so
birthday a month
it
ago.
was the best.
Yeah.
When are you gonna tell us, Jake?
I know.
Ominous.
I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
I
Literally,
was like, what?
I like to imagine that right when the beach thing started, we all become like chibis. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
straight up. If Grace was still angry at you, she would have pulled out her gun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
It
That's
was
why
your
I needed to
birthday
talk to
a
Grace
month
first because
ago.
she may not even join. Like,
Mm-hmm.
No, but you saw Hyperion at the end. Hyperion is like, please tell me there's an
Yeah.
actual mission
Oh.
next.
he
Oh, wait.
plans to talk to Hyperion about because he wants to ask him about his past world. He wants to talk to him about the edit thing, and he wants to talk to him about what his kingdom would look like. He
Oh.
doesn't realize at the moment that it includes slavery.
It includes slavery and genocide and a
my
bunch of other bad
God.
things.
Yeah.
That
Why
was
the
that.
heck in hay is Grace runt?
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Grace what?
Sky is not here to explain himself, so.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Grace, I can't wait for Grace to go. It's not like I like you or anything during one of these sessions. Like, this is ridiculous.
Baka.
Yeah, I typed it in the chat earlier, Sundere.
Yep.
Sundere.
Actually,
I thought about
Um,
flashing the sketch on screen on the
That would have been so funny. You should have
Yeah.
that ready anytime she's
I
doing
should.
that.
I really should.
Yeah.
I'll
dude,
throw it up now for viewing pleasure.
Yeah. Actually, Nathan, I don't know what we're gonna call
Yeah.
this session, but I feel like I don't know. Instead of using like the 3-word thing, I think going like the world to come could be kind of a cool title. But up to you.
I think
Sticking to it. Yeah.
I think this is a one-word session.
Revelations.
that I'm
Revelations.
right now.
Yeah.
Revelations.
True.
That's terrible.
I mean, maybe
Um,
specifically Revelation to quote the section of the there's a section of the Bible called
Mhm.
Revelation.
Revelation.
or some shit,
Yep.
right?
There, yeah, it's
chapter.
the
Yes.
that part about
Yeah.
Bible.
The last
Okay, but
Revelations.
we got Goliath name drop. We got Goliath name drop. And
True.
primeval sins.
Yeah.
And the spindle is a
Yes, we
primeval
do.
sin?
True.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's so much fun. Oh my god. I'm really happy it's playing this way, Polaris, because like that whole conversation went the way it did.
Yeah.
Because my goal with it is that I want V to keep on trying to figure out more things, but he's just out of his depth for like a fair bit of this, where it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe I found some people to work with. Oh my god.
Oh, congratulations. You were the person who brought together Hitler and Stalin. Thanks.
Yeah. Holy
Polaris,
shit.
Polaris
have-
DM me. Would it make
Uh-huh.
sense for, or would it be okay for Hyperion to come in on this conversation? I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thank God. Thank God he did.
Like you brought
Yeah.
together the Nazi party. Think about that.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
crazy.
But
my
okay,
goodness.
Absurd.
Since it's relevant to what's going on right now, all right. V is Jewish. It's coming up right now.
Oh,
Whoa,
no,
whoa,
no,
you-
oh, no.
Since it's relevant.
Since it's relevant. Oh my god.
Yeah. Jesus
It was so
Christ.
nice.
He has,
Jake
let me
is
be
that
clear.
sad.
Hyperion has nothing against the Jews specifically.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yes. He hates everybody.
Yeah, I hate everybody. I mentioned this
Just
before.
some a little more.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Genuinely, the end of the Manhattan incident, it's gonna be like it's. Oh,
Alright,
what the
let's
next guy?
Wait a little
Oh,
longer for my
thanks,
friend,
guys.
apparently.
Welcome
So
back.
I
The end
will.
of the- uh-huh.
What is
The other-
runt? What do you mean by runt? Why is she the runt?
Because he sees her as a weak dog. That's why.
What?
Lol.
I mean,
Not
she
weird.
doesn't. I mean, Isamu doesn't know about the character development you just had, so obviously he's gonna think of you like that.
I changed what he was going to say, but originally instead of just saying Grace's name, he was going to refer to her as Bootlicker during his inner monologue.
Bootlicker, my
Oh my
god.
God, y'all. hate
Okay, yeah,
me.
she's gonna need a little help to reintegrate because if she
Yeah,
goes out there on their
yeah.
own, they're gonna fight. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's gonna make y'all sit down and have to.
God.
Eden needs to talk to these two fucking psychopaths
Yeah.
because it's like,
Oh my
it's like
God.
there's these big gaping holes in the logic, but the two of them talking aren't gonna fucking reveal it.
Yeah,
The
no.
two of them, they're gonna converge like an eclipse, and it's just like
It'd be the two dumbest people you know telling each other, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, there we go.
Exactly.
I didn't know, so you finally get me. Wow.
someone who gets it.
Yeah.
It was literally just escalation. Kane's bad,
Yes.
humanity's bad,
Yeah.
humans need to suffer. Like that is the fucking hierarchy from
Enabling
D to
each other.
Isamu
Literally,
to Hyperion.
literally the KKK guy and the Nazi meetup. It's like, oh
Yes.
hey, what's up, dog?
That's genuinely what it was. Hyperion is the Nazi and Isamu's the KKK guy. And it's like, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
you got a bit of different methods, but like you're right.
Yeah, what's up,
Yeah.
dog? Dab me
Yeah,
up real
I-
quick.
Yeah. And then you have V, the fucking class president, like, yeah, I think maybe.
Poor V, I just wanted
V-
him to leave. I'm just like, you need to get out of here.
you're-
You
That's
are
the wrong
not
company,
built for
dog.
this, little one.
I
You need
am.
to go.
Also,
Typical reform versus revolution argument.
I
Yeah,
don't
like-
know. Look. I don't know where it's going to go, but I really want to talk to Eden now, but I'm scared. I'm scared. You can go
You're
back to Eden.
You're gonna talk to fucking purple, and then it's gonna
I
be
must
bad.
go
Oh,
now.
no.
I will talk to you
Alright,
later.
bye, Sky.
Bye.
Thank you guys for watching session 7
Yep.
of
Seven.
Word.
of Operation Goliath. We will be back next week with beach episode
And
For like 20
Yay!
minutes.
Oh, no.
For like 20 minutes.
for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it won't be the whole thing.
I think we're thinking
It's
of
gonna-
Five sessions worth of the beach.
5 sessions of beach. Yeah, totally.
Beach arc saga.
Yeah.
Beach.
Yeah.
the beach series.
Yeah. Anyways, well, Until then,
Bye-bye.
until the stain has been
Bye-bye.
wiped away,
Yes.
as above, so
Bye.
below.
So below, see
And we'll
you
see you all under heaven. Bye bye.
See you guys around.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.